Good day and good evening and welcome to Smol Caetsu Sidequest, or Hangout Sidequesting stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Hey Chester, hey Gazel, hey Velkana, hey Siren, hey Ymir, hey Aradel, hey Tristan, and hey Ham. I hope you're all doing very well. Let's see, Velkana said, I really want to do Dark Knight, but I hate being tank. To give people who tank credit. That is sort of hard. Do you not? Is it because you don't enjoy playing the role, or is it like, you're scared of trying it, or is it something else? Just out of curiosity. Many people have different reasons why they don't want to tank or heal, for that matter. Hey Traverse and Bob, I hope you're doing well. Now let's hope that the chat overlay still fits with Smol Caetsu's setup. I think it mostly works. Let me see here. I think this works. There you go. You can move it. I can move it, but I'd like it to be the same place. And then I would have to move it again when I'm on my main. It's like that is like a solution right now, but then it's a problem on Tuesday. No, it's there permanently. Well, it might be there permanently, I might change it. It's just to say that it would be very dumb of me to move it just for this specific situation. Oh, the hard stuff. Right. No level ups? Well, then you go out there and do it again, I guess. Can we sell anything? I don't think this will sell. I don't think this will sell either, but hey, if someone needs some equipment... Absolutely, Traverse. That is exactly the time it is. Although I'm guessing that we finally get our emotions a little bit in order this time. I would be very surprised if any of this sells. I would... normally not really bother putting all these items on the market board because they tend to either never sell or take like 40 years to sell. But given that Smol Caetsu doesn't really have much else she can do with it, apparently we have two of those. It is like the most effective use. Hello, Iridon. Hope you're doing well. Making inventory space. Engaging gameplay. Jason says, why did I not get the notification that you went live? I don't know. If it's the YouTube bell, then I have no idea. It works like an eldritch horror monster or something. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it just doesn't. But I also put that's why I also put a notification in the Discord server, because sometimes that might help a little bit. Also, hey Jace, hope you're doing well. Alright, Irdon was Morbanesh, right? You just finished the Heavensward story, that's nice. Well, you finished the leveling part of it, I assume. It's really funny with these lower level materia that some of them you need for a quest or something, so they're just weirdly valuable for no particular reason. Right. There's all the other stuff that we used. We should go and turn the things we couldn't sell into... we should turn that into company seals or something. Did you kill Not Good very bad? Or what happened there? Are they also with the troop? Right. It's Bob. Let's see. Right, I needed to clear up my inventory, so let me just go to Britannia real quick. Hayapin says, funny enough, there is this guy called Kaitsu that made a video about people having trouble with tanking. Indeed. See, that was exactly what I was going for, is that if you don't want to tank because it's scary, or you're afraid of trying it, afraid of failure, for example, then I made a video on it. If, on the other hand, you don't want to tank because you think it's extremely boring, then unfortunately I have no cure for that. Like, that one you'll have to figure out, I guess. Like, incredibly so. You can't just magically like something if you don't like it. I guess I'll just leave it like this. This is fine. Like, this is acceptable, I guess. This we can probably manage with for a little bit. But this and this is like, no. Morbanesh says, what are those things that you're turning in? Right, let me explain that. When you have reached a certain point in your Grand Company, like when you have reached a certain rank, I can't remember if it is second Serpent Lieutenant or second whatever Lieutenant, but then you can do this undertake supply thing, and then you can hand in most dungeon drop gear among other things. You can just give it to them, and they'll give you some Grand Company seals. It's not always the most effective way to get rid of gear. Sometimes you could just sell it to a vendor for more value, but it's very easy to just mash it all out that way. Pin says you have tomes for weapon. Yeah, absolutely. That is, I noticed this and this. So we'll get those. The rest of the gear, I think we'll be fine. Like, item level 90 is like a little bit on the low side. 110 is perfectly manageable. Imagine me actually seeing the NPC I had to stop at. Marvinesh says I desynth everything. You see, I desynth some things. I don't desynth items when I deem that they're probably not going to turn into value, so to speak. But I always desynth something if my desynthesis level increases as a result. But can I dye this? I can! Wow. Ah, perfect. Yes. And it's simply because sometimes it's like almost like gambling to desynth something, because you might desynth it and it turns into something that is literally worthless. Whereas if you just vendored the item, you'd got like a K, like 1K gil for it. But there's also the thing that Smol Kai does not know how to craft anything, so she can't desynth anything. So, like, I don't do that on this character. Bob says, are these spoiler ropes okay as clan? Yes. I don't mind. See, the thing with spoilers is that something is only really a spoiler if people actually explain the context, right? If, like, technically, this winter robe that Smol Kai is, or winter coat Smol Kai is wearing is a spoiler because it's given by the MSQ, but you don't know how or why, so makes no difference, right? And if you don't know the context, then it might as well be a store item, for all you know. That's at least my perspective on the matter. It's how I see it. And the reason why I don't just splurge all of the poetics that I have to get gear is because we'll probably need to buy more gear, like to fill in some slots. That should be the next Smol Kai adventure, leveling all crafters and gatherers. That sounds like a really long series. Maybe that would be fun. Chester says no Eureka or Boscia type content on patch day. There's not coming an adventuring for a Tuesday. We've basically been... I believe we've been told there's coming an adventuring foray or whatever they decided to call it with the next expansion. But that's a while away still. She doesn't know how basic math to craft. The Smol Kai is not very smart. She likes candy though, so she'll help you. You said that it came from the MSQ, now my experience is ruined. Right. So, we will start by doing some roulettes. See that we are 7 people. I don't know if we have a player 8 that also wants to come, but we can certainly start with the 8-man stuff that Smol Kai has access to. Oh, there's Ham. Perfect. I wonder if we had a player 8. Player 8 appears out of like a puff of smoke, just boom. Right. So we will start with trials. Doing a ready check. See everyone is wants to join for that. Smol Kai is smart. Smol Kai is dumb. You know the best part about that, Ymir, is that my main was I say a small dragon. But technically she's Big Kai by process of elimination because she's not Smol Kai. With an O specifically. It's pretty funny that the world would end if Smol Kai becomes culinarian. Is that like that oh, this is a really random deep cut. Is that like that panda chef in World of Warcraft? What's his name? Dan Pizza says, does she like jumping? Can she tank flaws? Does she know true glory? Who knows? She knows that she must fight and tank things. Oh, whoops. I clicked the wrong thing. Opener! New opener just dropped. Living Dead as your first OGCD. Oh dear. Hey Zach, hope you're doing well. What did you say, Chester? Is the chat bogging out because you liked the stream? That's annoying. Or did you accidentally close the chat as a result? Is that what you're saying? No! Give me my mana! I was using that! Oh man! Ifrit is out for blood. He just did the double frontal cone there. We have limit break. Oh. Oh, you're telling the people that I'm watching to like. Oh, thank you. How do we have LB free on Ifrit? We have it by virtue of being 8 players. When they at some point they adjusted some fights. I suppose I noticed after they reworked Thornmarch that when you do Ifrit hard, after the nails, you basically have LB3. The way that works, I think we talked about this on a recent stream. Certain things in content, like in a dungeon or a raid or whatever, rewards you with LB gauge. The simple way to understand this is sometimes doing boss mechanics rewards you. Gives you good boy points, or good girl points if you prefer, for doing the mechanic right. For example, killing the nails on Ifrit. Which is weird, because the boss is just going to kill you if you don't, so it's a little bit weird to reward you. Like, the reward should be that you don't die. Right. Next we will do Alliance Raid, which is of course Crystal Tower Roulette. Oh yeah, I just realized we have some, we will also be able to do MSQ Roulette today. That's always fun, right? Right, everyone? And Traverse landed in World of Darkness. Now that's always fun. Yeah, it is quite funny that certain mechanics like that, higher pin, rewards you with limit break gauge, because like the argument is, but you have to do the mechanic. You die if you don't do the mechanic. So wait, why am I being rewarded for doing the thing that I have to do? Like that makes no sense. But I think the reason they do this is more so to make sure that you get the limit break at a specific point. Like, if they make sure... Okay, so just to double check, anyone else who does not want to do Alliance Raid Roulette? Just making sure. It's okay, Emir. It's just that if you decline when it pops up, you build up like basically like a meter, you could say. And if you do it, I think it's 3 times in a row, you will actually not be able to queue for like 30 minutes. So I just need to be sure we only do that once. It's also just annoying for everyone else. So I really want to be sure that we don't do that. But it's okay. But yeah, exactly. By making sure that you are granted, like that you're given LB gauge by something really specific, they can make sure that you have a limit break at a specific point. Because normally you get gauge by just time passing or doing specific things as your role. Like a specific one is if you're healed from critical HP by a healer, then it generates some LB gauge. I don't know if they changed it at a specific point, high up in. But, the point is that they made it such that you're rewarded for doing certain things, which means that you can game the system. But by making sure that you don't have very many opportunities or very much time to like progress the LB gauge, they can make sure that you get the LB at a specific time. Happens as a side note, I'm surprised your queue is taking this long with almost a full party. Yeah, right? Any Alliance raid roulette people? What happened? See... Fell a little bit behind on chat. It is pretty funny with the Praetorium fight well, actually no, it's the Porta de Comana where they just hand your limit break 3 nowadays. That it does lead to be the first time that you have to use limit break 3. It's pretty funny that. Hey Skunky says, how did you level from 30 to 50? We did Frontline once, and then we did leveling roulette once, And then we just spammed the highest level dungeon I had access to. See, Sora says I can tank everything besides Alliance Raid. It stresses me out mainly because I don't know what's going on in any of them. You know what? That's fair. A lot of people don't like tanking in Alliance Raids because of the absolute chaos that is in it. Like, I get that. Absolutely. Typically, I also prefer to be a healer or something, because then I don't have to deal with all that. But today we are leveling Dark Knight, so we kind of have to be a tank. Yes, Access. My side mission for personal reasons is farming ancient lumber for my submarine for my FC. Fair. And you're sure it's not better to just buy the lumber and then, like, farm something that sells for more or something? That's sometimes more effective. Matthew mentions that the LB generation might have been changed in Shadowbringers, and that sounds very, very possible. You have a little island over there. Oh yeah, what I meant by the ancient lumber thing was not don't gather, it was maybe you can gather something else that sells for more and earn the money to buy the item that you actually want. Like that's a common, like, slightly roundabout way to get the items that you want. So sometimes people forget to think about it. That's the reason why I suggested it. How feasible is it to solo an FC? It can be done. Just remember that you have to, like, you need 3 other players to make the FC in the first place. I can't remember if there's any requirements to have more players after that, but you need 3 other players. I believe it's 3 other players to make the FC in the first place. Also, hey Erika, hope you're doing well. Decided to help my friend Reese get back into 14. Copperbell Hard. Oh, that's the one with the sand pit in the final room, right? I tried, Gassel. I tried. But there were 2 tanks taunting. It is funny, the tanking the dragon on the edge. It's literally something that is just something people started doing because it worked, presumably. And some guides say to do it, but you don't have to. You don't have to. And it just gets perpetuated. Oh boy. Hi, Princess, and we want to wipe because they did drag in the middle. See, the thing is, the reason why people are scared of having it in the middle is because the dragon has a frontal cone attack, so you have to tank the dragon facing out of the middle. That was why I moved the dragon to the edge. And then the only other scary thing is that you have to actually be ready to grab the mobs when they charge for the dragon. See, the thing is, people don't do that anyway. That's why it's weird like that, because people don't like... People are confused why things don't work, but they're not doing the tactic right. Like, the reason why people pull the dragon to the edge is because it gives the mobs more time to run to the dragon like when the dragon is dead. But the thing is, the mobs stand still for like a few seconds. So if you actually just kill them when they spawn, they don't have time to do it. The problem and the reason why things go wrong is because people are not attacking the skeletons at all. And then the thing you gain from moving the dragon to the north is that it might space out when the skeletons connect with the dragon, which means that the healers don't just get hit, like that the healers have time to heal in between the bursts, but even still, most of the bursts just happen like that. So the point is, you don't have to pull the dragon to the edge. It's simply just covering for a mistake that you shouldn't be doing in the first place. That's basically it. Are you, Chester, are you asking how long the stream will be? Or are you asking about something else? We usually go for about 6 hours on these streams. And then sometimes we'll go a bit overtime depending. Going for Omni 90? Probably not. Smol Kai is mainly like we have a few different jobs. We're re-experiencing content. I don't think we will do every job. Hey Wolf, hope you're doing well. Yeah, Smol Kai is like, we have a ranged DPS, we have a mage, we have a melee DPS, we have a healer, now we have a tank. So like we're leveling up so that we have different options, but mostly Smol Kai is about re-experiencing things in the game, and I don't know if we'll ever level up everything. I also don't know when exactly Smol Kai's journey will end. There will be a time when I've basically done everything that I want to do on Smol Kai and just go, well, there's nothing left that I couldn't just do on my main instead. Did you know that there's stairs here? Indeed. Yeah, I think I realized there were stairs in there because I saw someone actually use them once. It's quite weird. Like, wait, why is it going to the... Wait, there's stairs! Yeah, see, the thing is, in regards to the dragon thing, personally, I don't care. Like, I'll pull the dragon off to the like to Narnia if that makes people happy. I don't mind. But I also know that the reason why we pull it to the edge is because of some other underlying issue. The irony of it all is that if you just had the dragon in the center, then you could cleave all of the dragons, or all of the skeletons as they spawn, which might make it easier. The problem is that I think most people are used to single targeting in that section, so you don't move. So even if you move, if you keep the dragon still, people will be single targeting the dragon, not cleaving, which completely defeats the purpose of keeping the dragon in the center. Like, the entire point of having it in the center is that it keeps it next to where the enemies spawn. So, like, you have to do both. Like, that's the problem. That is ultimately the real problem here, is that you have to do both. You'll eventually have to replay Dawn Trail. Well, the thing is, the original mission statement of Smol Caetsu was that, you know, there's a lot of Final Fantasy XIV channels on Twitch, YouTube, wherever, that you will have had the opportunity to experience their full journey, because they recorded their original journey from the very start. We don't have this for my channel, so it's like we can do that. So that was the original reason for Smol Caetsu. But when we get to Dawn Trail, like, we've already reached points where I have done MSQ stuff on my main, and then a few weeks later, or like a week later, we do it again on Smol Caetsu. Ow. And see, here's another case of people are not doing the mechanics, so it hurts a lot. You're supposed to kill the Iron Giant. I can tank the Iron Giant, but I can't make it not hurt you if you don't actually help me with dealing with it. But yeah, that means that when we get to Dawn Trail, I'll be going through the MSQ on my main on stream, so you can experience it with me, which means that there might be not as much reason to do it again on Smol Caetsu, but maybe we will. But there's still some months until that. Skunky says, kind of wish they had multi-guilds like in Guild Wars. Join one guild for buffs and have your own to progress. You see, you saying that basically explains the core problem with it. That you join one guild just to, like, have their benefits, and then you work on, like, then you're actually part of a different guild. Like, I get the appeal, but you can probably also see why it doesn't work in Final Fantasy XIV, or might be the wrong idea in Final Fantasy XIV. I'm pretty sure part of it is also that guilds in Guild Wars are not only for like the halls and the buffs and stuff, but also functions as communities. Whereas in Final Fantasy XIV, you have link shelves for that. So you don't need to have 2 free companies because you can have 8 link shelves. Welcome back, Emir. Nature guy. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, indeed, Gazel, you don't need that many people to be cleaving. It's just the idea that you kind of have to have people actively doing it. I'm not sure how that relates, Morbanesh. Because you can have a specific link shell for each of those things in Final Fantasy XIV as well. Because Final Fantasy XIV has PvP, raids, deep dungeons, adventure forays, ultimates, extremes, hunts. Like, you have tons of content which you might want different groups for. But they just give you link shells to do the exact same thing as Guild Wars would do to give you guilds. Like, it's the same problem, but it's nearly the same solution. Emir says, did you pull it to Narnia? I tried to keep it in the center, but everyone else except our team insisted on pushing it to the edge. Alright, we're already level 51. Do we have any... Nope. Not surprised, but hey. We could have had something. Hey, Pin says, my community is the Cerberus Novice Network because my FC is kinda dead. Well, it's very simple. You look for a new FC. That's what you do. Yeah, although that can also be a long journey. You're all in FCs? I mean, you could look for one. And that's also true, Wool, but there's a difference between an FC being completely dead and an FC just, being in a slow period, I feel. Right, so the next thing we're doing, I think, will be Frontline. So, let me see, do we have any... Oh, we do! Awesome! We have rewards. We will do Frontline next. We are out of 8-man roulettes we can do. So, if you want to come along for Frontline, that is perfectly fine, but we will have to make at maybe 2 groups. I don't know if anyone is leading the second group or if there even is a second group. Like, maybe if there is a second group, like if you stand over there, you can't see the mark in game, but you can see it from my view here. If you go over there, then people know that are on the stream that also want to come along with PvP. If you stand over there for the second group, so not my group, the second group, then we know if we should make 2 groups. If it's only me, I can just invite them. I'm on EU, Wool. We're playing on Alpha Light. And that's also true, Hyapin. FC chat is significantly less needed because people often communicate in Discord instead. I just like I have my own FC on my main, and like we sometimes talk a little bit in the FC chat. But I think that's just a result of because like most of the people that are in that FC also happens to be in the community Discord. Often we don't need to we don't talk as much in the FC Discord. But yeah, it's pretty common that guilds, FCs, clans or whatever just hang out on Discord instead. I think, was it Josh Strive Hayes that said this in his video on EverQuest or something like that, where he said that that part of the problem with MMOs these days is that you don't meet in game and decide to do stuff. You plan to do stuff with people on Discord or otherwise outside of the game, and then you hop into the game to play. So the social hub of the MMO itself is sort of moot. Hey Tay, hope you're doing well. And yeah, exactly, Hyapin. Yeah, I said the same thing. Right, so it looks like we have a 3-man and a 2-man group. I will queue for front... Wait, what is our front line? Oh, Onizalaka, this is not so bad. I will queue when the Eosia time says 12:50. And so, for anyone wondering what we're doing here is Frontline, you can, like, there's a total of 72 seats, which mean, but we can only queue in as 4 people at a time. But if we queue at the exact same time, we maximize the odds that we're like landing in the same match. We're not guaranteeing it, but we have a much higher chance of landing in the same match. Which means we can play together. Now, a key thing to remember is that we're only guaranteeing that we're landing in the same match. There's a 33% chance that we land on the same team. So we're just as, like, we're actually more likely to be fighting against each other than being on the same team. But it's still better than not being able to play together. Tay says queued for Frontline on Chaos. Oh no! Did it instantly pop on Chaos? But yeah, also, hey Cleaving, hope you're doing well. It did pop instantly. Oops. But I feel like the MMO is still like a way to meet people. It's just very common that people like add each other on other media because it's easier to find each other. I would also like to add that this is garbage. The Final Fantasy XIV friend list is garbage. Like, it's terrible. You will not be told if a friend logs in, and if you have a lot of friends, it takes like 20 seconds before it actually has loaded everyone. Which means that the more friends you have, the less helpful this tool is, and you can't see who's even online. Move online people to the top. The problem is that it does this every time, Ymir. Every time it does this, and you have to remember, it does it in chunks of 10, so if you have 200 friends, it does this 20 times, which gradually increases the time it takes to actually check your friends list. And I can also inform you that people that are not on your data center, it keeps checking for those as you go. So it goes, oh, these are the people that are online. And if you wait long enough, it might go, oh yeah, careful, Whale is actually also online or something. So it's very slow. The primary argument, in my opinion, for being in a free company with your friends is when your free company mates log in, you get told. You get told when your free company friends log in. But not when your actual friends list friends log in. That's really annoying. I also use the friend groups to be able to determine where I know people from. Yeah, it has this effect, and I've experienced this multiple times, that the people I'm in free company with, I will talk with way more because I know when they're online. So the moment I leave a free company and join a different one, I just talk less with the people that were in the previous FC because I don't know that they're even online. Which I feel is not optimal. Let's see, where can we put this? I suppose this will have to do. So it's complicated. Also, Cleaving says, I heard there's people with a problem with people doing frontline pre-mates. Your thoughts? The problem isn't the frontline pre-mates. The problem is that there are certain jobs that are overpowered when they're stacked in particular combinations. The problem with frontline pre-mates would immediately be resolved if there wasn't overpowered wombo combos, just 4 Dark Knights running in and just making a vacuum and then instantly killing everyone with Eventide. If they nerfed these kinds of tricks and shenanigans, then I think people's complaints would would just slowly dissipate. I can see the concern or the complaints about it. I get it. I get it. Because if you're not if you don't queue with friends, then you're of course at some sort of disadvantage compared to those that do. But overall, on average, I feel like this is balanced out naturally by the simple fact that a lot of the people that queue as pre-mates not because they're good, but simply because they're just there to have a little bit of fun. In this case, I'm bringing a bit of a pre-mate, but I didn't put together a strike squad. So I might have put myself in a disadvantage rather than an advantage by going in as a pre-mate. But we're here to have fun. Not to do the ruffle stomps. But I have also had my own complaints. But my complaints are not pre-mates are unfair. My complaints are it doesn't work that you have jobs that are so completely busted that if you bring too many of them, then you automatically just auto-win. But yeah, overall, the problem isn't the pre-mates. The problem is that pre-mates have such an advantage because specific combos are too strong. How did I survive that? Just a really... it was just a wish based on nothing. That's basically it. The game just decided to hand me that one because I basically accomplished nothing this entire match. So just like, well, at least you don't have to die an additional time. Oh, looks like an eventide incoming. Yep, there it is. Oh, there's another Dark Knight. Do we get to see the additional eventide? We're getting a point yoinked behind us. It's Archibald. I didn't want to do that. That's a lot of people. Excuse me. I just want to highlight for a second that there's like 5 people here. What are you doing? Get back to the rest of the match. We had a Dragoon limit break and like 4 people chasing me for 40 seconds or something. I'm trying my best here. Hey Rost, hope you're doing well. It was you, Ymir. Fair enough. Then I see what happened. The Kai kill count was what mattered. There's a lot of attacks all at once. I didn't even get to get my heal. Wow, what happened? Where did we get all those points from? I feel like we were in last place. Now we're in first place. What's happening? Are we just being... I think we're just getting really lucky. Maybe Gazel is carrying with the full battle high scholar. And we got that one as well. What's happening? I feel like we spent the first half of the match just getting dunked on repeatedly. And now things just start working. We're all here. I have a feeling that this one is going to be contested real soon. So what I'm doing is obviously not the most effective strategy in Frontline necessarily, but if you have a point where you don't have very many people defending, you can't actually stop it if the enemies reach you. You can't prevent them from preventing you of getting the point, because they're probably going to overwhelm you. They sent more people than you have at home. So instead of trying to stop them, you just stand far enough away on the way there that you can body block them and prevent them from actually getting to that point where they can stop you from getting the point in the first place. What happened? I had my possibly one of my worst performances in Frontline ever. Somehow we win with twice the points of second place. Well, now I want to see how well did our friends over on the red team do. Well, Ardell beat me on basically everything. How about Emir? Yeah, you also beat me on everything. And then we have Gazel up here with 59 assists and 3 million damage. Yes. Very, very balanced. But yeah, I'll say the weird thing with this discussion about Frontlines, Cleaving asked about this as we were going in, so let me just clarify on that now that I'm not in a match. The weird thing is that if you have a specific combination of jobs in a pre-made, then it can be completely broken unfair. The thing is, a pre-made like that can't actually win on their own. Like, it takes more than just that pre-made to win. You need a little bit more than that. But the reason why it can be such a problem is because the combinations in Frontline that do this, there's no counterplay. That's the problem. In Crystalline Conflict, most of these insane combos that involve limit breaks are balanced by the fact that you get like 2 or 3 of them in a match total. Like, you don't get to do it very many times. And if you want to stack all of it, you will have to, like, you might have to delay some things to do the wombo combo. But here's the thing. In Crystalline Conflict, in addition to your party frames where you can see your party's LB gauges and stuff, you can see the opponent's LB gauges. So you can go, the Dark Knight and the Dragoon and the Astrologian have their limit breaks up and ready. And the Dragoon just used theirs. Oh, he's coming there now. And that's your sign to run. In Frontline, you can't see it coming. And the counterplay to the Dark Knight, Salted Earth, Suck in Eventide, Dragoon, Sky Shatter is click guard. That's the counterplay. You click guard before you die. Or you're not there. Like, your other option is just be somewhere else. That's your counterplay. That's what you can do. Which is not very fair. Like, basically, because of the kinds of options you have in Frontline, defensive play is very limited in your options. Like, if you see an attack coming, your options are run away or guard. And that's not very many. Meanwhile, the attacker has the option to attack someone else if you guard, for the most part. And even better, if they've not fully committed yet, they can just wait for your guard to drop, because the whole selling point of this is that you have to guard in advance. That's the problem. That's the biggest issue here, is that you have to click guard in advance. One of the best examples of an overpowered action in PvP is Miracle of Nature, which is an action White Mage has. If I remember correctly, originally its range was 25 yalms, and I'm pretty sure it lasted 3 seconds, and not 2. Now, if you haven't done PvP, you might, at least, like, if you haven't done PvP for a while, you might not realize what this does, and if you didn't do PvP when the rework was new, then you might not have seen this. Because the thing is, what Miracle of Nature does is it's basically a super silence. Normally, when someone silences you, and when I say someone, it's only a bard or a red mage, because those are the only jobs with a silence in PvP. Silence is both no spells and no weapon skills and no abilities. It's basically a complete gag order. You can't do anything other than move. Except you can use Purify to just delete the silence. You can do that. So you can choose to counter it with your Purify. But then that leaves you open to get stunned or crowd controlled by something else. So, like, there's a counterplay, but you're not, like, your option is also, maybe if I just wait a bit, then it'll be fine. And then you can use your Purify for something worse. Like, the thing is, using Purify means that you don't have Purify for the next thing that comes. Yes, if you Purify something, you're immune to everything Purify removes for 5 seconds, but after those 5 seconds, you have no Purify for, is it 25 seconds? Yeah, 5 seconds of immunity and 25 seconds of downtime after that. So that gives your opponents 25 seconds to find an opening to do something worse. Miracle of Nature does all the things Silence does, but also you can't use Purify. Like, that's it. That's the reason why Purify is unfair. It just also blocks Purify, so it's like a super silence. So the only counterplay to Miracle of Nature is, I hope you're regarding beforehand. And that means that the White Mage can just walk up to you and you go, oh no! And guard, and the white mage just goes, oh, actually, I had actually scheduled your Miracle of Nature for, let's see what your guard duration is, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then you get hit anyway, so you have no counterplay really. Like, your counterplay is to just say, wait 5 seconds with doing it. And if the white mage sees it coming, then they just don't click it. If they click Miracle of Nature while you're guarding, nothing happens and their cooldown is wasted. Just to be clear, Miracle of Nature, I'm like 90% certain that it was 3 seconds originally, but now it's 10 yalms. So from 25 down to 10 yalms. Yeah, I meant Miracle of Nature is unfair if I said Purify. It was nerfed gradually down to 10 yalms, so like the white mage in Frontline actually has to like run up to the person and go, you in particular. Like, if you see the white mage like decisively run towards you, like, you just like imagine that like some of those like random meme gifs of like a policeman running towards you. If you see the white mage do that, you have a pretty good idea of what's coming. Like a pretty good idea. They're probably mashing Miracle of Nature waiting to be in range. Like, they're just going to do that the instant they can hit you. Because it's such a, like, there's such a massive distance between the range white mage wants to be at and the range they have to be at when they use Miracle of Nature. And then it also only lasts 2 seconds. None of this would be a problem if people shouted their attacks before doing it like in an anime. You know, the worst part about that, Hypin, is that in Final Fantasy XIV, the way attacks work, especially in PvP, is that the attack happens and then the effects of the attack happens and then the animation plays. So if they actually shouted it, they would shout it at the moment the thing happens, and then the attack would actually appear. Which led to funny things like, originally when the rework happened, you just die from 4 white mage laser beams from off screen. So you're like, wait, what killed me? And then you just see across your screen. Like, oh, right. The balanced 40 arm, or is it 50 arms laser beam? Yes. That can hit people that you can't even see. Mummification with a longer reach? See, that's actually the same thing. The reason why scholars sometimes end up not using mummification very much in a PvP match is because it's like a frontal cone right in front of you. So you have to run up to someone. Like, whenever I've played Scholar in Frontline, I usually save mummification to help with like finishing off someone, or I use it as like a punishment if someone approaches me. Because now they're in range for me and whoever's protecting me, because Scholar doesn't stay very close to a fight. It's very convenient that you can just, you know, just spread the plague on the entire battlefield and just leave. And you still contributed. Angel says... Angel Valadez says, take this bowl and good luck. How much is it bowl does? Is it like... in PvP, 10%. Yeah, I will say, just on the other end, like on the other end of the spectrum, in terms of like balance, there is a good reason why defensive play is so pathetic in Frontline, especially, because, as you may have noticed if you've played a healer in PvP since the rework, you can't heal that much. The reason is... Yumia says, why can't I clip? I don't know, it should be enabled. It should be enabled. But before the rework, the way a lot of PvP worked is that you just had healers spamming heals from the backline. And ultimately, a big part of the winner in a PvP match, whether it was Frontline or any of the other modes that were available, was who could out-heal the other. Like, basically, because of the amount of healing you had available, it was possible to lead to a permanent stalemate. Because you had the capacity to play just pure defense and outlast the opponent. This is, imagine if I was, like, you've seen me on my, most of you I'm pretty sure have seen my solo challenge streams. If I'm doing a boss and I can survive it, like, I'm not running out of cooldowns, like, if I can beat the boss gradually without running out of HP and cooldowns myself, then I win because the boss cannot heal. Like, that's the reason I win. The old PvP system was basically we're both warriors with bloodwetting. If you had 2 warriors with bloodwetting, you're not getting anywhere. I remember before the rework having a match with a friend where we were both playing Gunbreaker, and I believe it took 15 minutes, and the only reason why I won was because in that very patch, Bioshock in PvP had an effect where it deleted all heal over time effects from enemies hit. So I was saving my Bioshock for every time my friend was using Aurora to just cancel it immediately. And that took 15 minutes to actually amount to something enough that I could actually win. So that's the reason why we don't want too much defensive options. The downside to this is, however, that as a result of not having very good defensive options, it means that anything that needs to be countered, you don't really have any good options. Like you just there's not so much you can do because there's very limited defensive options. Also, on a different note, we should probably do our Dark Knight quests to get Salted Earth. Oh, I could have invited everyone. Sorry about that. I'll probably come back there after we've done the quests. Oh yeah, there's also the Nier quest. We'll do the Nier quest after the Dark Knight quests. Oh yeah, Chainsaw was also nerfed in PvP. Don't you all just miss the old version of Chainsaw in PvP where it had I think it was a 5% chance? Or was it less than that? To just do, like, all of someone's HP and damage. Always fun to have, like, you're winning in Crystalline Conflict, and then right there as you're finishing up, the machinist on the other team just goes with a Hail Mary and just goes analyze Chainsaw and, like, randomly kills 2 of your teammates. And now you lose. That's always fun.
There's a demon among us, madam. A fiend which cannot be suffered to live. Lord Trullemont may be willing to let a dangerous vigilante roam free, but we are not so foolish. What sort of hero maims and murders knights sworn to the Holy See? None I know. A heretic you are, and a heretic you shall die.
I brought friends. I brought friends. One of my friends died. One of my friends just went kaboom.
Vile fiend, do not think you can conceal your true nature from them forever. We'll expose you for the abomination that you are, I swear it. Wielder of dark arts, consort of dragons, I will bring you to justice, even if it costs me my life.
Someone from off-screen says, shall we oblige him then? Another Dark Knight. Well, are you going to kill him, or shall I?
You're one of them too, aren't you?
This is the part where you beg for your life.
Leave these lands if you value your lives. We will not show you mercy again.
You didn't show me any mercy, buddy. I pray you do not make a habit of following men plotting to kill you into secluded areas. Or did you learn naught from Frey? So you do know of him. I thought him fallen at the trial, but then I heard whispers of a woman seen wielding his sword in battle. So tell me, what became of him? How did you learn the arts? By the gods. Though, now that I think on it, 'tis not the first time I've heard such a tale. We who consort with the darkness are never truly whole. There will ever be a part of us yearning to be free. We trained together, Frey and I. His was a strength beyond reckoning, but alas, it was not enough. It warms my heart to see that you carry on his legacy, that you have learned as much as you have with only his soul crystal to guide you bespeaks your potential. Anyway, bye. There's a matter I would discuss with you, but not here. My name is Sidurga. Pray look for me at the Forgotten Night in Ishgard, which is notably not a secluded area. Oh wait, Ishgard. Ham says, I love self-destruct. Why does it have a 10-minute cooldown? There is kind of a good reason for that. It's because it's kind of broken. That's ultimately the reason, is that it's because it's kind of broken. I believe originally it didn't have a cooldown, but they added a cooldown when they gave blue mages a res. You can probably imagine why. Given the circumstances under which you embarked upon this path, I fear you do not yet understand what it means to be a Dark Knight. The first of us bore a bad steel against one of the clergy. This is true. He sacrificed everything he once held dear in the name of justice. So must all who would walk in his footsteps. No, it was actually there in Shadowbringers. Pretty sure. It was added with Angel's Whisper, which was added at level 60, I'm pretty sure. Which was in Shadowbringers. So there's a lot of patches ago. Mayhap you think this will earn you the love of the common man. You are wrong. To many, you will forever be a criminal, a fiend who sows chaos and discord. These people will listen to the lies of our enemies. They will do their utmost to cast you out, or worse, as they did to Frey. If you're not prepared to deal with these consequences, then surrender your sword and soul crystal to me now. You claim conviction, but your actions speak otherwise. This again. You spared a man who tried to murder you. Mercy, some would call it. Idiocy, I name it. Aye, that's right. I followed him and gave him the mercy he truly deserved. Look at me, Caetsu. Now back to the sword. Now back to me. Look at my hand. It's 2 tickets to that thing you love. Tell me what you see. The first Ishgardians to encounter Aura saw Dravanians. We had fled Garlemald's armies only to come to a land where we were mistaken for another nation's mortal enemy. They bared steel and came to kill us, but we did not die so easily. We spared them and sent them on their way. And how do you think they repaid our kindness? With fire and blood, Caetsu. With death for every man, woman, and child. Make no mistake. These are the wages of mercy. If you would walk the path, then you must accept this truth, for your enemies already have. Are you going to introduce me to your friend? Hey Angel, hope you're doing well. The reason why they added this 10-minute lockout on self-destruct and final sting is basically because by doing that, they don't have to consider the ramifications of that. Because otherwise, I'm just saying, if there was no cooldown on it, then I have a genuine feeling that the opening burst in a boss fight, in like a full blue mage group, would just have one of your DPS blue mages just buff up, do burst, and then just finish with final sting, have someone raise them, and then they just do as much of their burst as they can, and then just final sting again. And then someone else raises them, and then they just do as much of their burst as they can, and then final sting, and then just get raised again. Because you just repeatedly do that. Just do like these giga bursts, and you might be saying, well, the weakness from being raised would make that less valuable. You're right. That's why you only do it with one blue mage. After they've been rest 2 times, they've already reached the bottom power level, which is still very high. I'm not sure if that would actually happen. We won't possibly know, because Square Enix put a damper on that before it could ever evolve into this. Also, by the way, hey Alita Wolf, hope you're doing well. I see you yet walk the path, Caetsu, and it is well that you do. This is a matter I can discuss only with another Dark Knight. Swear to me that you will speak of it to no one else. I trust you. I could see you nod from just over the counter, like just barely. Like I could just barely see like your head nod. I'm actually not sure if it's actually you there. I can't really see your face. Can you like get up on the table or something? Thank you. Then I shall begin at the beginning. Our master, in his final moments, spoke to Frey and me in riddles. A heart bleeds, a man weeps, a soul burns. Thence comes the darkness to consume. Yet, even in the depths, the flame endures. Submit to the flames and harness the abyss. I won't tell anyone. Now, speak clearly into the camera, Zidorgo. Speak, like, loud and proud. Frey and I did not understand his words. We hoped their meaning would become clear to us in the course of our duties as Dark Knights. And so we carried on, following the creed, until one day we found her. Go on, Riel. She can be trusted. She did the nod, you know. Alright. Alright, Riel. Into the camera. Loud and proud. Heloni's blessing be upon you, miss. Right, then. She was fleeing from a unit of Temple Knights at the time, who were clearly intent on doing her harm. Needless to say, Frey and I took issue with that, and chose to intervene. We went to ground after that, but Frey was caught out in the streets while fetching supplies. I cannot protect her, Caetsu. Not from the Temple Knights, not by myself. I'm not even sure why they seek her, only that should I fail, her life is forfeit. Help me, Caetsu, and I shall share with you my arts, and when we have reached the limits of my knowledge, mayhap we can unravel the mystery of my master's final words together. I can offer you naught else. What say you? Then it is settled. We shall both serve as her guardians. Don't you have something to say to Caetsu, Riel? 3 dots! Steve says, Sid told me this secret and not to tell anybody. And now Sid's telling you not much a secret. Oh, yeah. You know, this isn't really a secret anymore, is it? Yes? Why did the Temple Knights want to hurt you? They said it was an abomination that I had to die to atone for my sins. Okay, where are your parents? Well, that's helpful. Excellent. What do you think of Sudoku? He doesn't talk as much. Not since Frey left. Sometimes he hardly speaks a word. Other times... But I know he would never hurt me. Okay, then nothing. Actually, excuse me, Caetsu, was it? You'll look after Sid too, won't you? Yes. Thank you. That puts my mind at ease. Right, that's enough of that. Some more important matters. Shut up. My turn to talk again. Finally someone else to talk with around these parts. Now, like I said before, I'm not quite sure why the Temple Knights are after Riel. They seem to believe something is wrong with her, but for the life of me, I cannot imagine what it could be. However, there may be a way to find out. The other day, I overheard a curious tale from a House Hallinard knight recently returned from Camp Cloudtop. He spoke of Vanu healers who could see their patients' ether. So skilled were these healers that they could diagnose ailments with a glance. It may be not more than a fantastical tale told by a man in his cups, but even so, if there is a chance we could learn what, if aught, ails Riel, I dare say we must take it. Let us go to Camp Cloudtop and begin our search for a healer there. Well, let me just go back to Gridania and pick up the rest of the troop that I just unfairly left there. In case any of them are still there. So a normal healer. So a player character is what you mean. Also true. What do you need a special fancy schmancy healer for? I'm an astrologian. I'm right here. What do you see with your special healer eyes? A doom debuff. Doom. Right. I don't see anyone else. We have 2 people AFK. So now, Camp Cloudtop. Also, hey BSR, hope you're doing well. What do you see? Thrice come ruin. That's not something I can cure, unfortunately. What do you do when you see once come ruin? You just get once come ruin, it just sits there for just 5 seconds or so, and then it goes, wait a minute, and then it just turns into doom. Right then. The Vanu are not wont to parley with outsiders under most circumstances. However, they may be willing to receive us if we come bearing a suitable offering. I'm told they use Gastornis feathers in their rituals. Mayhap that would suffice. Caetsu, I must ask that you prepare our offering while I look after Riel. Once you have it, we can journey to Vundu Okbendu together and entreat one of their healers to examine her. Okay, Bendu? What do you see? Well, you only have... you don't have much time left to live. Oh, doctor, how long do I have left to live? Well, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and... Oh, wait, I could have healed them. Maybe it was a doom that was disappeared by being healed to full. Oops. Oh well. Can't do anything about it now. Oops. today, the entourage of living shadows decided that they're monks. Ah, why did I never explore this map? I'm pretty sure when we were leveling like Black Mage through Shadowbringers content that I was like very adamant about like exploring zones for the free XP and stuff. Did I just not do that in Heavensward? Because this map sucks. It's not that bad when you're flying, does it? Isn't that bad? I mean, the XP is kind of meh. You know, there was actually a time where Brotherhood only increased physical damage. Ah! A Gale Cat! Oh.
What Mr. Gale blows netherlings this far? Away with you! Away!
But what if this netherling has 3 Gastornis feathers? The colorful feather of a baleful Gastornis? How about that?
Gastornis feathers. Netherling knows the ways of the voodoo well. Let storm clouds give way to warm sunshine. Say your piece. All right.
She will do as we ask, Caetsu.
Bring forth the child, netherlings. Let me look upon her face and know her heart.
She's right there.
Let's see. How do you both have twice come ruin and thrice come ruin at the same time? How's that possible? You also have doom.
Weird.
Soft rains to soothe your heart, little one. Do not be afraid.
Don't worry, this is just my morning exercise.
Drink of the winds, let thy soul take flight. Bathe in the mists and show me thy light. Come, come, show me thy light. What tempestuous winds rage beneath tranquil clouds? What great spirit dwells within you?
Speak plain, Vanu.
Speak plain, Asian. This is no child. This is... The Tramontane follows you, netherlings. You cannot remain here. Be gone from our lands.
Wait, I don't... God damn it. Ready your blade, Caetsu. We've been followed.
Ready your blade.
Over there, someone's coming. Over there? But the enemy is up here, I'm pretty sure. If he has to do all that before he heals, you'll be dead before he finishes. Yeah.
Ah! Ow. Ow.
Oh. Well, that's annoying. That's what I thought. Yeah, run. For an enemy that was supposed to be right here, it sure takes a while to survey. Some of these enemies just chose the wrong day to be here. Hey, is it? We did the thing. It was more... Oh, those two here as well. Nice. That should be the last of them. I've seen these ones about before. They don't answer to the Lord Commander, or so I hear. Bastards thought to take us outside the city, away from prying eyes. Don't want to be seen murdering a girl in the streets of the Holy See, do they? Even their staunchest supporters couldn't abide that. Seems our new friend has already abandoned us. Not forward then. Back to Ishgard we go. No! Yeah, that's what you deserve. For interrupting me. Seems our new friend has already abandoned us. Not forward then. Back to Ishgard we go. Come along, Riel. Yeah, that cat got slapped, quite literally. There's like 5 monks just going... Also, who was it that said... Let's see... Yeah, Steve said, having Temple Knights after you and hiding in the pub next to their base sounds a bit risky. Well, I mean, actually, it does sound very risky, but then again, we realized that the Temple Knights don't want to do it in, like... in an open space like where everyone can see it. So it's actually a perfect place to be, and simultaneously you're so close to the Temple Knights that it's actually stupid. So like maybe the Temple Knights are like, they wouldn't go there. Don't touch a child. I trust you no longer dispute the true nature of the Temple Knights. Murderers and thieves who drape themselves in the trappings of righteousness. Oh, we knew that. Do you not see, Caetsu? Do you not wholly see? We are all that stands between them and their prey. There's no justice for these monsters save that which we must deliver. I will see them answer for their sins. I swear it. If I have to drown in the abyss to see it done, I will. Caetsu! Caetsu, Sid, I wanted to thank you both for protecting me earlier, and apologize for getting you too hurt. Don't be foolish, you've not to apologize for. In any case, at least we learned something of our enemy's motives. Not that I have the faintest inkling of what the healer meant by Great Spirit. Hey Xanadus, hope you're doing well. We've acquired Salted Earth. Right. Next up is more near story. Oh. Now to get steak and pepper. We can salt the earth to taste. It just doesn't get better than that. Actually, just a moment. I'm pretty sure Still Tide is closer. It's the Magic School Boss. Imya, I did not see your clip. I'll have to see it after the stream. That's how it usually goes. That's part of the reason why when I finish the stream that I don't just go and do something immediately. Is because I'm like catching up on what people said and stuff. Otherwise, I'm like I'm here entertaining you now. So I don't like look at all that unless I absolutely have to. But I appreciate it, Emir. What is the clip about? I can check that at the very least. Oh, you found yourself in the match? That'll be pretty fun. I appreciate you letting me join you, and apologize for my earlier rudeness. Not to make an excuse, but it's been a trying time for us all. Now, I've been pondering the ways in which I might contribute to the rebuilding effort. While I don't have many talents, not outside of those considered normal for dwarves, such as drinking at any rate, people do say that I have a gift of the gab. Using this gift, I have a mind to peddle wares in the outside world to earn coins put towards our work. There's just one problem. At the moment, we don't have anything that would fetch a halfway decent price. No, we need something more unusual and exotic than our grog and automata. And as I racked my beard for ideas, it came to me. What could be more unusual and exotic than objects from another world? The machines have a base inside the crater, and I understand it's brimming with all manner of their paraphernalia. Such items are guaranteed to fetch a high price. We just need someone to venture in to retrieve them. You. If you're not fussed about what I bring back. As long as it's unusual, I'm confident I can spin a sales pitch for it. Oh yes, the coin bags of Ylmor would trip over themselves for such rare curios. So just bring back the items and leave the rest to me. Our coffers will be full before you know it. That's the spirit, I think. Oh, was it the moment where I was somehow surviving for an eternity while being ganked by an army? Or was it a different point? Oh, was it the moment where I died so quickly that I couldn't even heal? You'll have to wait and see, indeed. But I still appreciate the clip, Ymir. Puppet's bunker is so quiet without the giant murder robots. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I appreciate the clips. I have mentioned before that I actually do like take notes and write down the timestamps and stuff to maybe like put together some highlights or something. And like, while yes, I also like go like after a stream and go, well, was there specific points that were particularly funny in my opinion that would be worth highlighting? It's way easier for me to just like, if you've gone, well, this is fun, and this is fun. And then I like, first of all, it's easier for me to find the funnies, but not only that, you also thought it was funny. So I know that there's like a better chance that I'm actually highlighting something that isn't just me thinking, man, I'm hilarious. So that I do appreciate it. I just watch the clips when I'm not streaming. Oh, it's down there. It was the get back to the rest of the match clip. Oh. Oh, what was it your name meant again? Sorry. You're saying I've only played tank for a week and people are mad every time they see me. But why? Why? Don't worry, Ymir. I had turned around by the time that before you started writing. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying my best here. Been a good first month, I think. Main thing is I joined an FC, but I just feel like a number. Yeah, the problem is that when you join an FC is that if it's a really big one, you have to like put quite a lot of effort in to be sure that that you become like a part of the group in a way. And if it's a smaller one, then it can actually sometimes be even harder, because then there's a reasonable chance that the group is even more tight-knit, so it's really difficult to get in. But I'm sure you'll get there. Xanadu says, which level are you stopping at today? Well, we're stopping after we've been streaming for about 6 hours. I'm hoping we'll be level 60 on Dark Knight by then, but no promises. Back from the crater, are you? Come, show me what you were able to find. Oh, strange and wondrous items all. I'll examine everything closely before I attempt to peddle them, but these ought to be snapped up with nary a fuss. My thanks for bringing these. Now I can do my little part for our village. And before I forget, the chief was asking for you earlier. If you have a moment, do go and see what he wants. Lolly, doubtless you've already... Lolly... What was the voice I gave him? Lolly, doubtless you've already guessed how. But another recording device has arrived from Connor. Here. Far as I can tell, he's sending them at regular intervals. What could the boy be up to? I could ask you the same. What devious scheme are you plotting? Well, whatever it is, you won't succeed. This is my village, and I'm not letting you have your way with it. Huh? Why did I say that? Why did I feel so angry? Forget I said anything. So pro tip, don't do this at home, everyone. Don't just walk up to someone and insult them and then go, wait, sorry, I don't know what came over me. Anyway, never mind. I don't think it works. As you can see, Glag's still behaving strangely. When I tried talking to him earlier, he all but told me to bugger off. On the face of it, you'd assume he takes exception to what I did at the meeting, but this is a little too strange. At any rate, this is my problem to deal with, not yours. You just focus on doing your part for the cause, eh? You obtain a message from Gunnock. The Kai FC gives a skill buff instead. Aha! The thing is, the XP buff you can get through your Grand Company squadron, so you don't need it. Ah, yes. Don't you like it? Isn't light theme the best, everyone? Dear Caetsu, I found out that 2B and 9S accessed these spheres before this all started, which is why they knew about the machine's lifeform's plans to take over our world. They added their own data to that of the machine lifeforms when copies were being made, like some sort of technological virus apparently, so that they could come here and stop the machines. They were our allies from beginning to end. Connacht. Well then. And now we go back to... Well, we could go to Gridania, I guess. That was nice. We'd be there. Mm. Steve says, good thing about solo is nobody says, oh, you have a healer, can you come and run this dungeon with us? I've actually never experienced that, and I've been in a handful of it, like a bunch of FCs. Well, a few at least. But I don't know, is that a bad thing to be appreciated and wanted? Right. We've done those. I'm thinking next we will do leveling roulette. Which of course we can only bring 4 people. With that said, I will be right back, so we'll figure out what we do about that after that. Meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Xanadu says, meanwhile, Rianjay, warrior of light, thou art a healer, correct? Cometh with us and help us find the MacGuffin in this verily dangerous place. You should bring a tank. And 2 DPS. Oh, we have 4 players. I don't know if Imi is still here, but enjoy your evening. Does anyone in the group want to heal? Sure. Right, thank you, Castle. I will eat when we enter. No, my portrait! Ugh! And Aurum Vale again! My tank stands! Nice. Xanadus, we've actually, well, a change like bards not requiring a target wouldn't be completely off the table. We have heard in passing that a lot of jobs are getting significant changes in Dawntrail, even if bard is not receiving a rework. That would absolutely be in the realms of possibility of just, oh, you don't need a target for Army's Payon anymore. Like, they could just make it an AoE around you for a small amount of damage. They could even remove the damage outright. I wanted a fruit. That is actually a really, really important detail that people are forgetting, because that's a thing that I've heard people advise a lot. That when people say, should I play Astrologian or Dragoon? Like, should I pick it up and try it? And some people actually say, no, there's no point because it's getting reworked in the next expansion anyway, so why bother getting invested? My counterpoint to that is, and so what? If you don't try it now, you'll never get to try it because it's getting reworked. But another additional point and caveat to that is, last I checked, Monk wasn't stated to get a rework in Endwalker, but the whole Masterful Blitz thing was added anyway, right? They got that anyway. Why are those two so spread out? So, just because they haven't outright said, oh, this job is getting a significant change, doesn't mean that it's not getting any change. Anything's possible. Yeah, my point is that yeah, exactly. Basically, 11 has it right. All jobs are subject to change, so what's the point in playing anything? And also, yeah, as Gazel said in game, Rust, in this level range, Art of War is actually better than Ruin 1. Because it does the same damage. I already used my stun. And it's instant, so you can sneak in auto attacks more often. It's really weird. Remove jobs though, never deal with change again. Oh, but you see, Gladiator technically faced changes when they reworked Paladin. When they reworked Paladin, the change that Gladiator received was that Fight or Flight now only lasts 20 seconds. Gladiator just got nerfed. And then they also, I guess Sheltron doesn't count. I'm pretty sure they don't have Sheltron. And that's also very true. See, like, there's a bunch of considerations as to why maybe you should play a job even though it's getting reworked. If it is getting reworked and the rework is awesome, then you have the advantage of being able to try it at a higher level sooner. On the other hand, if the rework sucks, then you're higher level, so it takes less time to level it later if you decide that you want to level it anyway. And also, if the rework sucks, then you have the advantage of at least having had the chance to try it before it got reworked. I'm just personally, my opinion is that there's not a good reason to not try a job unless the specific reason that you don't want to try a job is I don't like it. But if you look at a job and say I think this looks interesting, I want to try it, then there's no reason to not try it at all. At least in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. It's imagine that. You get Chitin and you're like, oh, this is really cool. And then next time you log in, Chitin's just gone. That's actually an even better example because I'm pretty sure that before Endwalker, no one could have predicted that Chitin was getting removed. No one. Because it just came like randomly, like just, oh yeah, this is what we're changing. Like, it didn't happen that suddenly, but it was like, oh yeah, we need to remove some actions on some jobs, and then they just decided that Chitin was gonna go. And then you had like a week or two to say goodbye. Maybe get lucky and they will rework Black Mage with all instant casts. I wonder if people would want that. That would be weird, by the way. They just wait. The development team just wakes up one day like, you know what if we just made triple cast like a toggle that you just have permanently? And see, Gazel, I said the same thing. Why didn't they just make Ikkishoten and Oginamikiri one button? That would have accomplished, like that would have removed the same amount of buttons as removing Chitin. Like that is the same argument that I've considered. The counter argument to that, I've talked about this before, but let's take it anyway. The counter argument to why Chitin was the thing that was removed is because the best way, like this is, again, I've talked about this as well before, arguing for the benefits of a change after it's done is always a lot easier than arguing for it before it's done. In retrospect, the reason why Chitin made sense to be removed is because Chitin doesn't at max level add very much to the rotation. Because you do it always. They're removing Chitin. No! No! The reason, what I mean by Kaiten didn't add anything is, whenever you were going to use an AI jutsu, whenever you were going to use Kaiten first, or you were making a mistake. Whenever you were going to use Oginamikiri, you were going to use Kaiten first. Every time. So it didn't add anything. It didn't add anything in terms of like complexity to the job, in that you would always press Kaiten when you were going to use an AI jutsu. You would always do that. It was just whether you remembered to or not. It wasn't a decision. Like, it wasn't like you had to choose between using Kaiten on Midare Setsugeka or Higanbana. You just used it because you had an infinite well of Kenki by that point. The thing is, in the level range from 52 to 61, where you don't generate very much Kenki yet, it was complicated, it was interesting, partly because in the level range 52 to 61, you generated a grand total of 20 Kenki by doing all 8 actions. Like, you had to do the full 3 stickers, then you had enough for 1 Kaiten. Which meant that you had to choose between Higanbana or Midare Setsugeka. The thing is, if the enemy survived, then Higanbana was always better. So again, it wasn't really something you had to choose between at the end of the day. But if we draw that argument that far, then the counter to that is, what's the point of anything, right? Why does Dark Knight get a damage buff from using Edge and Flood of Darkness? Who cares, right? What's the point of anything? So, like, if we draw it that far, then we have no game. But the logic in removing Kaiten was mainly that what it did was it added unnecessary complexity to Samurai without adding very much value to the job itself. Except if you actually played with Kaiten, you could probably feel that it was cool to have this like flourish before you used your AI Jutsu. Like, there was something. But it like, what I'm getting at is that the argument for removing Kaiten is, imagine Kaiten was never there, then there had been no reason to add it in the first place. I think is the best way we could argue it, is that now that Kaiten is gone, we're not missing it. Like, it's not like we're lacking this button now. It's just, if we had not had Kaiten, then it would probably not have been added later. So it kind of makes sense to remove it. But personally, I would have preferred if we had Kaiten instead of something like Shinten. Like, what I think would be really cool is if it was like, instead of it just going, your next attack does X% more damage, they could have made it so that it was something like, your next EI Jutsu does X% more damage or something, and then you could like stack it or something, and then they could do something with that, so that you could spend more Kenki on an attack. They could even make it so that it like was like a channel, like when you, that like, I don't know how well this would work in Final Fantasy XIV, but a little bit like how I believe the Evoker class works in World of Warcraft, where you can hold a button to do an attack, and depending on how long you charge it, its effect is slightly changed. Slightly. They could make it so that your EI Jutsu, like, where you hold the button, and then as you charge, there's a minimum charge, of course, but as you charge beyond that, it like consumes Kenki to increase the damage. That could be cool. That would certainly be cooler than just doing this 4 times in quick succession in between your GCDs, because that's the only thing you can spend your Kenki on single target. Also, yeah, Bebel, instant cast Black Mage would be crazy. It would be really weird. Right. Next we are doing... Let's do 5, 6, 7, 8. Is the group we're already in okay with that? Mm-hmm. But basically what I'm getting at is that I feel like they could have... Oh, of course, it's Snowcloak. What else could it possibly be? I feel like there were better options than removing Chitin. I will probably use Living Dead if it comes to that, by the way. Nice! No, we did not lose the chat overlay, Traverse. It's just that the messages just fade out. So I was talking about something, and I guess people were just listening. Or maybe everyone left. I don't know. They're like, oh, he's talking again. I'll be back in a bit. Maybe he'll be done by then. Eleven says, I finally reached Susano in Stormblood MSQ, and I have to ask, can we introduce him to Ravana? Oh man, that would be a great day. How would you run instant cast Black Mage Tay? Are you talking about Infinite Paradox? Exactly, 11. I'm sure I'm not just talking into the wind. I'm sure there's people listening. Surely. Oh, Chain Spell. Oh, yeah. I'd not considered that. I felt like, I'm pretty sure you can't use Ordained as Black Mage, or is that a different one I'm thinking of? Is Ordained the one that gives you more max MP? Because you can't, that one isn't available for Black Mage. This is going to be painful, but I hope you can take it. Nice! Who needs to split up pools in smaller packs, right? Right? Right, Rust? This is surely fine. Yeah, Traverse, it's a little bit weird. I don't know if they've adjusted on that, but I have actually had that experience myself. It's been a while, but I have had an experience where there was like 5 people talking in chat while YouTube said there's no one watching. And I'm not entirely sure what qualifies as a viewer by that metric. But it is a little bit weird. YouTube casting reprisal. Crap. Isn't that called Misery? I think that one is called Misery, the one in Great Cabal. It's way faster this way. It's just also way scarier. Just pull everything. Yeah, it is a little bit weird with the YouTube view count thing. If I remember correct, like what I've seen previously, and the thing is, it might have changed, is that if you haven't interacted with the YouTube window for a while, you might not count for the thing that YouTube says, like, about who's watching. And the only source or reason I have to believe this is that if something exciting happens in the stream, it is very common that suddenly the amount of viewers spikes. And that can't happen, like, without there being some viewers that are just lying dormant somehow. Like, there's only one way that could possibly happen, where suddenly a bunch of people start watching as a result of something happening in the stream, because they wouldn't be watching when the thing happens otherwise, right? Unless it's like, oh, something crazy just happened, everyone, let's watch. And then just a bunch of people, like, starts watching. But if it's because people, like, look back on the stream and, like, puts it into focus, that causes them to count. Then that would explain it. And exactly, Traverse, that is exactly why it's really weird that it would count it like that, because obviously I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people that watch streams watch them while doing something else. So it would be a little weird if YouTube's like, well, I don't count you if you're not actively watching. And exactly, Steve, there's a possibility that that might not count. I'm guessing if they've, like, clicked on the YouTube window to, like, make sure that one is in focus, it might. But it is weird. Thank you, 11. I don't know if that's a problem, Traverse. I'm pretty sure it's not uncommon if you're working, like, for example, an office job, to have something running in the background. Some people have music running in the background. Some people have, like, a video or something, like a podcast or something running in the background. Some people just have a stream running. There's, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But that's, of course, just my opinion. And I suppose I'm mildly biased in that little department, you could say. What do we have left? Oh, main scenario. Is everyone up for main scenario? Castle is not up for main scenario. Do we have anyone who would like to join for main scenario roulette? We do. Oh. I was like, wait, I wrote ready check, right? And it's like, it's not available at this time. Which one are we getting? I'm thinking... Castrum. I say Castrum. What do we get? Porta de Comana. Okay. Such devastation. Oh. Oh no. Just summons a whole titan. Some people summon a rock for a proximity AoE. Some people summon explosion, and then there's things like Ultima Weapon who just summons titan. That is quite interesting now that you mention it, Matthew. It says, I find it funny how this version of the fight has retroactively been reworked to be more like Uwu. No! No! Wait! No! Not... My blood weapon! My blood weapon! My MP recovery. No markers for jails. I needed my MP. I was using it for damage. Isn't there supposed to be like a donut outer ring? There it is. You know, if Dark Knight had TBN at a much lower level, I wonder if it would lead to new Dark Knight players to be a lot more accustomed to using it normally. Like when they get it. Well, I can't even generate MP on him, so... Oh, we have a limit break. I didn't even realize. Nice. Is there another fight in the game where you can LB 3 times? Well, technically, most fights where you can use an LB3 at all, you could use LB1 multiple times throughout the fight if you decided to do it that way instead. But I'm assuming that's not what you mean, Traverse. Naught will remain of you but ash. That's what Ash Ketchum from Pokemon is told by his opponent as they beat his final Pokemon. Naught will remain of you but ash. Hey Riku, hope you're doing well. You know, Gazel, not only is that weird, not only is that a little confusing, but there's also the part that you will already have been completely acquainted with just spending your MP for damage, and then the game goes, hey, you could use that for healing or defense. Like, way too late. Whereas if they had taught it earlier, that would have been better. Like, TBN being learned at level 70 is like the inverse of if Scholar had learned Energy Drain at level 70. Like, you've just been made used to use your Ether Flow for healing, and then it's like, you could also use it for damage. And also true, Traverse, technically the TBN gives you damage as a result. Thank you, Enfys. I'm glad someone appreciated my really bad joke. I thought it was funny.
For the Ultima Weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
But to be fair, Traverse, on the TBN thing, unless you're like pushing for damage in like a Savage Raid context or something, it is actually typically better for everyone if you're using TBN on cooldown on like AoE pulls in a dungeon, because it potentially saves your healer resources. The only reason why you would say, like, argue otherwise is if you're like, well, the healer doesn't even need the help of TBN. But you don't know that.
A spell without parallel. Ultima.
It gives you a shield equal to 25% of your max HP, yes. So it's like 25% more effective HP.
For the true power of the Ultima Weapon lies within its now beating heart.
I don't think it's beating, La Habrea.
What have you done? No more than was necessary for my god to be.
I have a question. What is it exactly that's happening when he's doing that move? He's like, La He's like, La Brea, whoosh, misses completely. What have you done? Like, if he had landed that hit, what would have been the point of asking La Brea? He would just be like, La Brea. Oh, I actually hit him. He just slapped so slow that there's no chance you'd get hit. Like, La Brea could have just, like, slowly floated down and he would have dodged it. Rico says, I started playing WoW for the first time and I have no idea what to do. I wish there was a clear MSQ path like Final Fantasy XIV. Are you playing retail, like Dragonflight? Or are you playing classic of any type? PSR says the healer needs us to use TPN for the psychological reasons. And then Gaius said,
such devastation. This was not my intention.
perfect. No, Rico, I mean, are you playing retail, as in the live version? Are you playing any of the classic variants, is what I'm asking.
Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Ascian. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains.
Tiny little me.
Adventurer, let us find the answer together.
I don't know how much they've changed it, but I'm pretty sure in retail that they would send you to the Battle for Azeroth story or something on your first character. So they'll force you to the tutorial island, whatever they called it, that they added in Shadowlands, I think. And then they'll send you into the Battle for Azeroth story. The thing is that, unlike Final Fantasy XIV that has an MSQ, World of Warcraft just has, like, they have a story that you can follow, but you don't have to finish a story of a specific zone before you go on to the next one. Like, typically your signal that you're allowed to go on to the next zone is that they give you the quest that sends you to the next zone, but you can also just stay. So I get where you're coming from, Rico, with that. But you don't actually have to do anything specific. That can be very confusing and overwhelming, but you can do whatever you want. And yeah, part of the reason why you can start somewhere random in the middle of the story in World of Warcraft, is because, as Steve says, World of Warcraft's story, World of Warcraft has a lot of story, but it's not like linear in the same way that Final Fantasy XIV is. And more importantly, the story is generally much more like meant as a reason for why you do things, rather than a core part of the gameplay. Like, it's used as the inspiration for why you're doing what you're doing, but it's pretty much optional. This is also why, back in the day, you could actually complete, like, aside from this, like, when you make your character at the start, you'll have, like, a little intro cinematic explaining a little bit about your race or something like that. But aside from that, you could, back in, like, Mists of Pandaria, the first time you would actually be forced to watch a cutscene would be when you entered Mr. Pandaria areas at level 85 or something like that. You could reach that far without ever being prompted with a cutscene, which means that basically all story you had would be like small text blurbs here and there and maybe a little bit of voiceover. That should tell you a pretty large amount about how core and crucial the story is. It's not. but it can be interesting. Again, that is to say, I'm not saying that the story is meaningless, I'm just saying that they don't prioritize it that high. It's also a little weird with the level syncing, yeah. I haven't actually played World of Warcraft retail for so long that I never got to experience the level syncing. So I don't know how weird it is. Also, good luck with your MSQ roulette, Traverse. Well, Steve, the original WoW just was supposed to build a universe. They have very little overarching story. But they do have story. Even back in OG WoW. It's just that most of it is like concentrated in each zone. But it could have been that they, like, you could say that it was an afterthought because World of Warcraft was designed to follow up on Warcraft, which has a story. But I'm pretty sure that the story of Warcraft 1 and 2 was more so used as a reason for the single player part of the game. If that makes sense. Like, we have to add a single player mode. What do you do in the single player mode? Oh, well, you do this. Why? Because story. So by that argument, you could say that the original story of Warcraft was an afterthought. But I do hope you enjoy your journey there, Rico. Oh, I think... Oh, I have a... Oh, that was quick. We have an upgrade. There you go. Oh, that's a really nice sword. Apparently, I believe we got this sword because I chose it as a quest reward back in Heavensward levels. It just randomly, I was like, well, I don't need the Dragoon weapon. Or something like that. Or maybe it was like just tank weapons on offer. So I was like, oh, I guess I'll take that one. Right. Back on the job quest train, I see we have Siren and Harm are AFK. Well, I'll invite people if they want to come along as I go and do quest. Look, it's Rainbow Dash's slightly lesser known sibling, Dash Rainbow. I think so Riku, I just want to say this before we do the quest. The MSQ has both an upside and a downside. The upside being that you know exactly where to go and exactly what to do because most things in the game are unlocked by doing the MSQ. So simple, right? Easy game. You just do that and you're successful. But on the other hand, it is also mandatory, which means that if you don't care or didn't need it, then you still have to do it. Like, that's the downside. With World of Warcraft, with the way they've pieced it out nowadays, you can level your first character primarily through, like, the Battle for Azeroth story, then you have to go through Shadowlands, I believe, and then Dragonflight. But the second time you go around, you can do, like, the Wards of Draenor story, and then Shadowlands and Dragonflight, or the Legion story, and then Shadowlands and Dragonflight, or something to that effect. Point is, you have a bunch of different paths, and in fact, you don't have to do most of it. You could just spam dungeons, if that's what you want. But the key thing, and Steve basically said the same thing, I think, that means that I'm not playing World of Warcraft, is primarily that I find the gear treadmill very exhausting. Basically, you always want to be doing, like, you might not be able to do more casual content if you're not doing raiding, because your item level isn't high enough, and people expect your item level to be high. It's a little weird, but it basically means that you might have a hard time playing in endgame if you're not specifically like the gear grinder type, unless you're just doing like old content where people don't mind. So it can feel very stressful in a way. It's complicated. But Final Fantasy XIV having this simple gear catch-up system in every raid tier makes this a lot more friendly to people that don't want to like rush gearing every patch. But I don't want to deter you from playing the game when you've hardly started. So, a great spirit dwells within Riel, if that shaman is to be believed. We need answers, Caetsu. And I can think of no one better to ask than those who commune with spirits regularly. I speak of Gridania's Conjurers, who can hear the voices of the Twelveswood, or so it is said. It's just as well. Frey told me she had an aptitude for their arts. What had taken him moons to learn she mastered in days. Sometimes these talents run the family, he said. Mayhap her ancestors were conjurers after a fashion. Whatever the reason, there's no guarantee it is related to what the shaman said, or why the temple knights wish her dead. If past experience is any indication, they will be tracking us the moment we leave the city. It's not a question of if they will attack us, but when. But you will be ready for them, I see. Then let us be off. The road should be safe so far as Camp Dragonhead. But yeah, that's the thing, is that in World of Warcraft, there's a very heavy emphasis on like high difficulty dungeons, raiding, and to some degree PvP, I suppose. In Final Fantasy XIV, there's a lot of like more casual-minded side content that you can do instead. There is some in World of Warcraft, it's just very clearly not the focus. Yeah, like for example, pet paddles. They're close. I can feel it. Stay with Riel. I'm going to scout out the road to the observatorium. Follow at a distance. If they come, do whatever it takes to see her safely inside the walls. Good, that's a promise. Solo duty time! Please be safe, Sid. I'm ready, Caetsu, whenever you are. She has a stick! She has a little branch! She's running in slow motion. What? Is this Baywatch? What's happening here? I hate this. Why do they do this? Have NPCs run slightly slower than run speed, but significantly faster than walk speed, so you're just awkwardly orbiting the NPC. Ow. Oh. The saddest salted earth. Oh, not so sad after all. That wow. Wow, that was incredible. I didn't even know I was that smart. Ow. Just the next pack of enemies spawn on the salted earth. Now that's what we call big brain time. It's a well-trained Temple Knight. Well, what was the other ones then? Who trained the rest of them? We did it! Caetsu, thank the gods you're all right. Yeah, I should have known they would strike when we were apart. They're certain to return with reinforcement ere long. We must press on south into Gridanian territory. Until we reach the city proper, we cannot be assured of safety. We leave now, Riel. You can rest once we reach Stillglade Fane. And then we just draw the rest of the owl. Greetings, Caetsu. How may I be of service? A great spirit, is it? If it please, I would examine this girl myself. It is the very least I can do for one who has ever been a friend of the Twelveswood. Ah, but where are they? Apologies for our late arrival. Riel grew tired and I had to carry her part of the way. Aww. I could have kept walking. Our burdens need not be our own, child. There is no shame in sharing the weight. Who's the boy? I am Brother Esumiya, master of this guild, and though you will labor to believe it, young man, I am several times your age. You must be Riel. Caetsu has told me all about you. Everything! Pray come close and take your ease. I ask that you close your eyes and listen to my words. Do it. Do it. Breathe deep. Feel the myriad life around you. Be as one with the world. This feels oddly familiar to what Frey told me. Well. The Vanu shaman spoke true, after a fashion. Her spiritual presence belies her years. It is clearly not the product of training, rather an innate power with which she radiates, akin to that of the Elementals or the Dravanians. You can't be serious. She's just a girl. Yes, she is. A very special girl. Mayhap you are familiar with the tale of the boy and the dragon Gay? No. Hardly surprising. The Archbishop declared it a heretic's tale, and with good cause. It is a corruption of an older legend in which a man partakes of dragon blood and, in so doing, becomes one himself. Rumor has it that heretics hold such rituals for this very purpose, and if there is truth in such tales, perchance she has ingested the blood of an ancient dragon. What? She's not some half-crazed lunatic! I make no accusations, only offer a plausible explanation. Moreover, who is to say that she did so knowingly? You... Excuse me, pray forgive me. I did not mean to cause you distress. You have nothing to fear, my child, for you are in perfect health and blessed with 2 royal guardians. Would that others could say the same. I think Riel would benefit from a brief respite before returning to Ishgard, unused to the rigors of the road as she is. Why not show her to the Carline Canopy? An eel pie can do wonders for the soul. We thank you for your time. Alright then. That's good at least, Travis. It can be a little bit concerning when you get a tank in something like Castrum and they don't know the basics. But if as long as they're open to learning, there's like an opportunity to recover it, you could say. Sid! Oh, Riel, sorry. Don't want to talk with Sid, apparently. Fairy tales and fantasies. This is what he has to offer us. Heretics. Well, heretics, I understand, but I expected better from the bloody head of the Conjurers Guild. And you, why didn't you speak up for yourself? Riel! There were no windows, just walls of stone with little cracks to tempt your fingers, and iron bars colder than ice. I couldn't tell when it was raining, whether it was day or night. She didn't say I drank blood, all she said was, "It's better this way." At least, if they catch me, they'll just kill me this time. Can I finish my apple? Go ahead. It's not a sin if someone made you do it. I didn't. I won't let them hurt you. I know. You want another one? No, thank you. Right then. Good talk, everyone. Keep an eye on her until she's finished eating, would you? I could do with some fresh air. Thank you for waiting with me, Caetsu. Shall we go and find Sid? Well, I've had my fill of the forest. Back to Ishgard then. I think Riel and I can manage on our own for now. Shall we? Incredible! Was that the last roulette we had on the list? Also, who was made leader of the party, by the way? That was a pleasantly uneventful journey. Mayhap the Temple Knights were still nursing the injuries you gave them. Riel was worried they might try to ambush you on the road, but I assured her you would be fine. I must apologize, Caetsu, for all you have done for us. I fear I have yet to adequately recompense you. I will continue to share with you what skills I can. Alas, I fear we near the limits of my knowledge. That was quick. Right, so this is how you salt earth. What you do is you grab like a salt shaker and just go blep. And this is how you do a front flip with your sword. Right, that's everything I have for you. Did the party get disbanded, or what happened? Any knowers in chat? Anything? Yeah, we had a solo duty, so I left. I'm pretty sure I didn't say disband. Everyone left. Okay. Fair enough. Well, I will go back to Gridania, I think. Cranberry ate everyone. Oh no. Anything but that. Is that all of the roulettes we had? It was, yes. So now we're on to just spamming dungeons. I think we don't have any more upgrades. We don't. Right, so we are doing Smol until... Well, we'll do Smol once. And then we will be high enough level to do Aerie. Is everyone that is in the party right now interested in going for Smol then? I do wonder if we can actually reach level 60 in this one stream, but I will try my best. It depends on how long it takes to get each level, I suppose. Ow! The big random burst damage because of a bunch of mobs with tank busters. A good start. So I discovered when we were doing this on solo challenge stream that letting Raskovnik here just get the Hornets doesn't do very much. Like, it makes its next raid-wide or party-wide attack do a little bit more damage, but then its buff stacks reset. So there's hardly any reason to even bother. And yeah, I do see that it still has a damage buff, but either they reset or they never reached a point where it actually mattered. It's quite weird. This is way faster than doing it alone. It took less than 3 minutes to kill the first boss. Would you look at that? Come on down, dragon! Hey, wait, when did I predict Susano for trials? How did I do that? Oh, I believe 11 said that they just reached Susano in the MSQ and said, can we get Susano to meet Ravana? Maybe that is what you were thinking of? Is Dunscaith that bad to get, Steve? I'm guessing if you keep getting it, you'll get better at it. This is always an awkward pull, because it feels bad to just fight one pack. On the other hand, your alternative is fight the boss. Oh, a stack marker. Up next, we have dun, 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 a spread marker. Up next, we have a spread marker. Da, 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 da. Angel says Susano and Ravana should meet with each other. They'd be quite rejoiced. One will just be rejoiced, and the other one will say, rejoice in the glory of combat. And then Susano will be like, have we become best friends? And then Ravana will be like, yep. I mean, that is true, Gazel, that technically it doesn't help that you learn the fights and become better if everyone else just keeps getting it wrong. But hey, on the bright side, once you know how the fights go, you can at the very least laugh at everyone else messing it up, I guess. And then cry a little bit when you realize that if we wipe now, you'll have to do it again. And you did your homework. But my point was more that the general issue, the general reason why, is it just not going to move? I'm trying to pull you slow, efficiently. Come on now, don't be like that. The common problem with Shadow of Ma alliance raids is that people don't do them. So people have no idea how to do them, which makes them take long, so people don't want to do them, leading to people not knowing how to do them. So if people are starting to get them regularly now, then at least the I don't know the fight reason stops being the reason why people wipe. Like, at least we're getting somewhere. Laugh at everyone that go flying off. Then realize that you're the healer. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Ha! That's wait a minute, that's my problem. Laughing at people messing up a mechanic, and then you remember that it gives a vulnerability stack. Yeah, the first boss especially is particularly mean. I've talked about this like 100 times at this point. The mean mechanic of it pulling you in twice with no proper indicator that it does that. That is not a very fair mechanic, let's just say. But hopefully one day, everyone will have been well enough acquainted with Unscathed that that doesn't happen anymore. I think it's actually even funnier that is it Skathach, her name is? Where she summons an ad, and then sometimes you just have the entire raid wipe because everyone went, oh right, well there is an ad, we should kill the ad. Ah, someone else will deal with it. And no one did. I'm sure you know what I mean. I had on stream a while ago, I can't remember if it was on a daily hangout where I was playing Paladin only, or if it was like, I think it was close to when Paladin got its rework. We were doing Alliance Raid Roulette and we landed as a replacement in Unscathed. And I wasn't the only replacement. My alliance specifically was missing several people, and I got in and noticed we had no healers. And a Reddit check came out. Obviously our party said no, because we were missing healers. And then one of the tanks from the other groups just decided they had enough of waiting and pulled. And I was sitting there like, you do know my alliance has no healers, right? And they're like, oh, they'll fill in. not realizing that if someone joins in the middle of the fight, they'll be locked outside, so we had no healers. Then we wiped because the ad was being ignored. Again, because apparently that's what caused people to leave in the first place. So isn't that something? Right. We got to 55, so now we can do the Airy. Is this group fine for the Airy? The Airy. I have a feeling that we'll have to do it multiple times. Traverse says, I always get a little worried on tank or healer when I join a group in progress. Honestly, I'm more worried if I'm a DPS, because then I go in like, what is the reason that people left? Because I'm a DPS. There's nothing I can do about it, pretty much. Unless it's a DPS check. It has to be specifically a DPS check, then I can do something. Like, that's my most concerning. However, if you don't want to do parties in progress, like if it concerns you, it is actually opt-in. You can just remove it. I have a feeling that, given how much XP I just got, that we will have to do the area a few times. Exactly, BSR. That's always what happens to me when I join a party in progress. If it looks like, unless it looks clearly like it was just someone who randomly left, then I don't have anything to ask about. But otherwise, my first thought is always, okay, so what happened here? Like, why did they leave? We'll get a little XP boost when we've done a few more dungeons. Yeah, it does seem like it might be 4 or 5 times, Gassel. Yeah, if we have to do that many, then this is going to be a tough sell to get to level 60 in just this stream. But I will, as I said, I'll try my best. The best I can do is pull like a mad person, like a mad potato. That's the best I can do, and then I'll just have to hope Rust can take it. Because I'm pulling like I'm overgeared, and I'm not. So like that, just to say that much, that if Ross is here being like, what's happening? Why is it so difficult? Why is he taking so much damage? It's because my gear's bad. Like, it's me. It's not you, it's me. My gear's bad. But I'm pulling as if my gear is not bad. Yeah, Angel says the same thing, with it being about 5. It sounds like a tank problem. Very nice, dealing with the pillar thing. The tether. For those that don't know, when you get the purple tether in this fight, what you're supposed to do is just go over and point it at one of the pillars. I remember something similar, Angel. I also remember that I noticed that incidentally it was almost exactly the same as the amount of times you had to run trusts through. But then they buffed the what the XP they get or something like that. There's a guide for that. I mean, we've reached a certain point in my leveling guide, and I'm kind of following it. It's just that, in terms of my leveling guide, it assumes you don't have like a group to spam dungeons with, and it assumes that you're not leveling only one job necessarily. Like you might not level only one job at least. See, that is really well done. I was here like with the finger right over Living Dead in case I had to press it, but it seems like I didn't need it. Leveling guides miss the XP from beast tribes. Steve, have you watched my leveling guide? Because I don't think you have. And you might be shocked as to how I guess that I will use Living Dead when I'm low. Hey Ryan, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that might be true. Part of the reason why why leveling guides might skip over the beast tribes is because, to some degree, if you're leveling a job, then you might not actually have unlocked the necessary tasks to actually use a tribe. So it's a little bit like if you make a gold making guide and then go, oh yeah, you just need to already have 100 million gil, right? Like, yes, that's what I'm trying to get. It's not exactly like that, because it's not that time consuming to get the tribes, but it is a little bit like, well, if you already have all of these things, then use them. So it might make sense to just skip over that. There's also the part that if the guide says spam dungeons, then it would probably assume that you already have a party. So you have no reason to be doing beast tribes. Like, my suggestion is generally to use tribes and clan hunts and things like that for DPS jobs that don't have instant Q pops. But I suppose there might be a benefit to doing... like, I could imagine there would be a benefit to doing tribes if you have them unlocked. Even as a tank or a healer. It's just been a while. And I can't even remember if I have them unlocked. I don't. So I would have to wait until Stormblood with making use of tribes. And if I remember correctly, the tribes in Heavensward are some of the most tedious to unlock, aren't they? We can't pull big here. Sadness. Not too bad, but not as easy as Shadowbringers. Right. I do remember when we were leveling, I think it was Black Mage, and I spent quite a while unlocking the Akasudara Beast tribe in Endwalker. Cranberry says it's just the Mughals that have a really long quest line. Fair enough. See, Orion says, I'm leveling Paladin solely through Beast tribe quests. Because it's the only one that I have pre-60 and I want to do the Heavensward Beast tribes anyway. So you see, that's a time efficiency. Like, if you're going to do the content anyway, then that makes perfectly good sense. And that is also, I think I do mention that at some point in my leveling guide, is that you don't have to do the most efficient thing to level. Do a thing you enjoy. And I think I also mentioned that if there's something you're going to be doing anyway, then it's not like then you're basically double dipping on value. I think I mentioned that for things like Palace of the Dead, maybe. It's been a while. It's the guide is over a year old. It's still accurate. It's just that there are some things that might have changed. But yeah, if you're going to level, if you're going to work on tribes at any point ever, then having some jobs that are in the appropriate level ranges does make it seem a little bit less like a time waste, if you could say that. Not that it would be a time waste. The whole point is just that it feels less efficient because you could have done two things at once. Depending on how much XP we get from the Nidhogg kill here, it might just be 3 runs we'll have to do. I think? Maybe? Get less XP in percentage to your bar when you're at even levels, don't you? That is true, because the XP is based on, you know, it's fixed XP, you could say, when you're doing the dungeon specifically. That is also why, like, I'm seeing a fourth of the level missing. But we were at, like, a fourth of the level done when we entered, right? So if we reach level 56 from this run, then I'm reasonably confident that we will reach level 57 in like 2 runs as 56. The key thing here that is important to remember is that the amount of XP mobs give are not actually changed by your level, as far as I remember at least. I'm reasonably sure that the XP is fixed. It's just that you need more. Got any free spots? Well, right now we're a full pre-made, but depends on if anyone wants to dip out eventually. Also, welcome back, Emir. Bruh. There's a minion. Does anyone in the party not... Let's see. Hey, Ross said got 151k XP. I got 225k and I have 203% bonus. So that also matters. Also, yeah, the reason I ran back into the AoE there was because it's like, wait, maybe it's a multi-stack marker because it's a dragon. They usually are. And then it wasn't. Well then. The loot we got from the dungeon was earrings, which I don't need. Okay, well, we have one spot. Ymir asked if there was a spot. Is it just Ymir that wants to come along? Also, it's really weird. It seems like the game sort of like flip-flops on whether it recognizes that Gazel is on my friends list or not. Really strange. In that case, we're going back in the area. Oh, Gazel says I could come along if there's a spot. In that case, I would like to ask Bob and Rost, are you both very intent you want to keep going, or do you not mind taking a break? Oh, well. I want to bring everyone, as I've said before. I can only bring 4, so I do appreciate that you're all right with rotating a little bit. I do also want to say that I see a lot of cultists here, so you could absolutely put together a group and do something yourself as well, if you like. Smol Kai basically exclusively have community members as friends, you could say. Like, she adds anyone who walks up to her and makes it clear that they know me from the YouTube channel. I'll just like, so anyone you see with an orange name, they are my friend at the very least. You missed I gave her candy. There you go. I did make a ready check. Then I invited Gazel. We do another ready check. The game tells me I need to repair. The game says I need to repair. Can I request a repair at anyone? The game straight up says the durability of one or more pieces of your gear is noticeably low. $240k XP in 5 minutes. Yeah, it depends. The thing is, the amount... Also, thank you guys. So, the amount of XP that that you get from the tribe quests, I believe it scales with your level, but only up to the max of the expansion. So, for example, the Heavensward ones, they scale up to level 60. and the Stormblood one's up to level 70, and so on and so forth. But for crafters and gatherers specifically, when you're at the level cap of the specific expansion, they just turn into nothing burger, like they just flatline to 1000 XP, so that it's never worth it. $80 is max for Stormblood. Fair enough. I just wanted to clarify that, just to be sure that we were talking about the same thing, Steve. Angel says, "Guy picked a funny number." Well, I mean, that's the price other people usually pay me. Something like that. Something with 69. Nice. So someday we will teach Smol Kai not to just go with every stranger who walks up to her. But they had candy. Don't do this at home. That's also a way of paying for 20. Yeah, there is. Archibald and Ryan. Are you, like, what's happening here? Archibald says, "Smol Kai is the self-same child that Stranger Danger was created for." And Ryan says, teaching guy about Stranger Danger. And 11 says, Smol Kai says, "There are two types of people in the world. Those who give me candy and enemies." Donut AoE. Flap. Well, on the other hand, Steve, if I remember correctly, isn't the Shadowbringers tribe extremely strong? Like, in terms of raw XP. So, like, even though there's only one, it then just gives you way more for the same time investment. You know, there might actually be something to it. People say that Smol Kai might actually be a primal. Maybe it's true. Maybe that's what's happening. Glory to the Hive Queen, Caetsu Chaiji. And she's just sitting on a way too big throne with like a crystal, and just chomping on it. Oh, that's what's going on with my tab targeting. I forgot to change. I think I forgot to change it back after PvP. Yeah, exactly, Archibuster. Precisely. So many telegraphs. It's a little bit scary. The science tracking a primal being. It's on the top. It's like it's on top of us, but we can't see it. And then just like the camera just slowly pans to the side and down. And just reveals Smol Kai like literally eating the crystals that you normally see being offered to primals. Just... What? I'll use Living Dead. That was on me. I should have announced that way sooner because of a stream delay. That's on me. Because I was actually thinking, I'll say it now, then a few seconds will pass and I'll press it. And then I used it, dropped to 1 HP, but didn't actually die. Angel says Pixies gives like 800k a day. Is it 800k? I just remember that it was quite significant. I feel like it's like a quarter of a level or something. And for the time invested, it's not bad. Algibuster says they reworked this boss? Yes, they did. They reworked the entire dungeon? No, they didn't really change anything about the first boss, but they changed this boss and the final boss. Whoops. Ryan says, I wonder if it would be worth it to not do post-Shadowbringers quests just to keep my sprout. The possibility of XP bonus. Oh, I don't know about that. Are you thinking about Road to 80? Because I'm pretty sure the Road to 80 is separate from the sprout icon. Nope, Xanadus, that is incorrect. Road to 80 stops working for your current job when you reach level 80. But Road to 80 stays for either... So Road to 80 is granted to a character if you make it on a preferred server. Then it stays on your character for 3 months or until the server has been not preferred at any point. Which means, and also it's actually and, so that means if the server has been not preferred at some point in those 3 months, then you will lose it after 3 months. If it has not been not preferred yet, like it has just stayed the one that they want people to have their characters on, then you just keep it. If I remember correctly, Smol Kai had Road to 80 for like half a year at least as a result of that. At least much longer than she was supposed to. I'm reasonably certain that you don't get to keep it indefinitely just because you didn't level enough. Indeed, the mentor bonus from the sprout icon is something that you get when you're in a party with a mentor. But Xanadu, something that you might not So something that you might not have considered in that list of considerations is that I think Orion often plays that alt in parties with I think Orion's ult is played a lot with friends, which means that, for example, it isn't completely out of the question that Orion is often in party with people from the community, exactly, which includes a lot of people with mentor crowns. You step to the left, that's where he attacks. But yeah, the thing is that keeping stock of the sprout icon might not be necessary. Hey Santu, hope you're doing well. It's been a while. My best guess there, BSR, is that he, like, because he specifically cleaved on the left side when we had 2 players on the left side, maybe he he chooses a side based on where people are standing. But I don't think I've ever seen him do it. So I'm just as surprised. And Xanadus, I think BSR was talking about when he was dashing through the arena. Specifically. Or did you mean not hot wings? Right, so the cleave through the entire arena where he becomes untargetable and then dashes through. Yeah, I've only seen it through middle as well, so I was just as surprised. I just didn't really call that much attention to it because it's like, oh, maybe I'm the weird one. But I guess I wasn't the only one that was surprised by that one. Right, okay, it might be possible that we only need one more run, but the reason why is because I got the challenge log completion right there. Oh, right. I got a new spell to get. Xanadu says, question though, why does Nidhogg not ever notice that we've talked with his dad? My guess, as Orion says, he's too angry. My guess is that he doesn't care. He literally doesn't care. And as far as the story goes, we're approaching him next to Estinian, who also probably does not care to talk. I've been thinking, Caetsu. The Pajal likened Riel's spiritual presence to that of a Travanian, hence why he suggested she had partaken of dragon blood. Regardless of the cause, if she does hold some affinity with dragons, she will never be safe here in Ishgard. If being the operative word, of course. We need to know for certain, which means we must parley with a Dravanian. It will not be easy, I realize. The Dravanians are not wont to entertain outsiders, especially ones hailing from Ishgard. You've spoken with the leaders? Beg pardon, I did not think you would so readily admit it. Well, well, pray lead the way, Caetsu. Not only, Sid, have I spoken with their leaders, I've spoken with their ancestors. Isn't the war over? Well, we're in the past. And also, that's actually also a good point that Gazel mentioned. Warrior of Light having spoken with his dad wouldn't override what the Ishgardians did to them. And in extension of that, ultimately, you having spoken with anyone doesn't matter. The problem is that, as far as I know, Nidhogg wants the Ishgardians to pay. He does not want peace. Thou keepest curious company, mortal. I see. Though I trust in thy words, thy companions are known to me. A token, then, for them to declare their intent. I would have them gather up Gron Arm in Valonia Fallen and bring it to me. But where the beasts which are drawn by their fragrance? Did you hear that, Sid? You have to go and gather something, okay? Your problem, not mine. Right then, gathering flowers for a dragon. No point in questioning it. Riel and I will search the lands north of here together. You can take the south. I'm pretty sure she said you. What happened to that? Right then, gathering flowers for a dragon. Exactly. Mm-hmm. You take the south. The reason why I'm sending you there is because I happen to know that you have this omniscience where you just know exactly where the flowers are. We did it! Now fly back. Yeah, exactly, Ryan. That's why I was like, right. So, the dragon wants flowers from you? So you do that. Exactly the same reason. It's just, why? Did you do tribal quests? Smol Caetsu does not have the tribal quests for Heaven's Ward unlocked. Why not? Because she hasn't done them. Because it didn't happen on stream. Such fragile, fleeting creations. Bring them close, mortal, that I might breathe deep of their essence. The Dravanian Forelands flower, whose dragon-speak name roughly translates into calming tree. That which passeth into death liveth on in memory. One prepareth now for the journey. Bid farewell to her in morn, and find the answer thou seekest. Alright. But you're still warrior of light, so you naturally decide to help. And by help, I mean do for. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, that's kind of the reason, as Gazel says, that if you can just spam dungeons, that is typically better. And then there's also the part that I think it's probably more fun to do dungeons than the tribal quests. Let me linger a while longer, Hunter. Soon my soul shall take wing. I shall miss this. Bidofnir bade you come to me. He looks very angry. He's sent, entwined. Ah, I see now. We seek no quarrel, O Ancient One, only answers. Come forward, child. Do it. There you are, my beloved. How long hath it been since we soared through the mists? But what did you say? Silence, Dark One. Shut up! He liveth on in you, child. The blood of my beloved floweth strong in thy veins. Yet, mingled as it is, 'twas not thee who partook of his essence. Were it not so, thou wouldst have been overcome. Thy progenitors drank deep to spur their own becoming. Then it's true, and the Temple Knights knew. Then they will never stop. They cannot, even if we flee Ishgard. If we could but harness the abyss. Thou speakest strange, Dark One. What dost thou seek? Oh, shrouded in thy rancor, thou standest apart from thy charge. The folly of youth, even the tiny beings who frolic in the mists of Smol know a better way. What? Who? No more, Dark One. No more. Farewell, child. Fly free for us. Goodbye, and thank you. There's not more for us here. To Ishgard. Oh, Xanadus, it was more to say that I found it entertaining as well, but I just think that it might be more entertaining to do dungeons, because that is something that more people can be involved in this case. And then there's also the part that we're trying to be a little bit efficient about it. So if I have the impression that just spamming dungeons is more effective, then it makes sense that I would do that. Instead of going, well, this is more fun. For me, specifically. This changes nothing. I swore an oath to protect her, and I mean to uphold it, no matter the cost. So someone from off-screen says, so these are the knights who would defy the will of Haloni. She's found us. My lady surely knows she will find few friends here. Blessed are we who abide in her grace, for we shall never be forsaken. Well, I have some bad news for you. One day I, Istrid de Calinon, shall walk in her halls, and you shall answer for your deeds. I have some bad news for you, Istrid. Will you stand before her and claim that you were righteous? That it was just to take so many lives, and it was just to take so many lives in defense of that abomination? Yes. Repent of your sins and surrender it to me. The Fury may yet spare your souls. So yours is the righteous cause? To condemn a girl to death for her parents' deeds. This is the will of Haloni? Yes. Yes, it is. If you will not see reason, even with full knowledge of the facts, then I make to you all a final offer. Submit to a trial by combat. Survive, and you may go in peace. Fall, and it is mine. Rude. Refuse, and I will put this tavern to the torch and have the heads of every man, woman, and child here. That sounds reasonable. Anyone who dares harbor you will suffer the same, here or else. This I swear to you. Yes, this sounds like not the villain. Would that we could settle this here and now, but I'd wager your men at the doors would take offense. As you wish, my lady, you shall have your trial. I shall send a messenger with details. But, Mother, wait! Bruh. I should have had them cut out your tongue. Riel, what in the seven hells is going on? She told them to take me. She said I wasn't hers, that I was... Why didn't you tell me this was all your mother's doing? I bled for you. Frey died for you. We had a right to know. I didn't mean for... Gosh, damn it all. Leave us, Caetsu. I need time to think. Also, here's Abyssal Drain, I guess. But wait! Didn't we just get told that the reason she has this power and this problem is because... Oh, no, wait, that... Well... It was not her parents, this was just like she partook of blood. Right, never mind. Also, still... Bruh. Yeah, that was her parent, but was it her act? Like, it wasn't her who gave her blood. But it sounds like she was orphaned in a way. Could also be hypocrite, yeah. She's very blessed now, isn't she? Yeah, Steve, exactly. I wonder how well she will fare once all these Ishgard problems get resolved. Her being this righteous is probably not good. Now, we have one more run of the Aerie. Ham says, why is Sid so frustrated that she didn't tell him that her mother is responsible? Like, what does that change for the situation? Well, the thing is, before, he thought that it was basically all of the Temple Knights who were chasing them around the world. If he had known that it was her in particular who was the problem, then maybe they could have done something different. I don't think he's mad that she didn't tell him specifically that it is her mother that is causing this. I think he's mad that she had information and chose to not share it. I'm pretty sure that's the real reason he's mad. By the way, do we have a player 4 that wants to come along for more Aerie? More Aerie. We have already one, but thank you, Ryan. But it is quite funny to see, like, because the thing is, if we were in the current time of how Ishgard is, then that stuff would just not fly. Like, at all. Like, I'm pretty sure that a priest that is this crazy about Haloni's will and all that would probably not be allowed to have that level of power. Oh. You could ask Haloni next time you see her. Well, about that. It's super airy now. Yeah, I'm reasonably sure that if you asked Haloni, she would be like, "What? No. Why?" Especially to the whole putting the entire tavern to the torch for just that. Pretty sure she would be like, no? Who needs to attack ads, am I right? How this boss works? Well, at some point, they just start doing more damage. There's an ad behind you. A what? Don't know what you're talking about. It's the boss who suddenly starts attacking an extra time every now and then. Well then. Thank you, Barry, and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I could have done so many things, and I pressed Siphon Strike out of combo. that was my Hail Mary to grab that mob. Absolutely incredible performance. I'm pretty sure we'll reach 57 from this run. Thank you, Rust. And enjoy your evening as well, Rust. Thank you for coming along for some of the content. Harry asks, any thoughts on the new class Pictomancer? I think it looks cool. I have talked a bit more about this. Like if you want like my initial thoughts, I spoke about this at the start of the Tuesday stream this week. Or was it last week? I'm pretty sure it was this week. The Scholar one. Pretty sure it's this week. But I like it. I think it looks really cool. My initial impression is I would rather have a new cool job than the originally anticipated Green Mage, if it means that we get something that is like really well designed, that is fun to play. That's ultimately what I want. I think it looks really cool, very, very cute and very pretty. Which shocking everyone is something that I actually like. But I have noticed that there is a significant amount of players that are very disappointed for some reason. How about everyone else in the chat? Anyone that is really mad that we get Pictomancer? Anyone that is very happy that we get Pictomancer? A particular thing that I heard someone say that they weren't the biggest fan of, which I guess I could kind of see, was I read someone said they weren't the biggest fan of how it looked like. The specific example was that you see some blue splotches of paint and then like it turns into an actual like 3D ice object. I could see what they meant by that, in that it was like, well, I'd rather that they just like it stayed a picture. But I mean, it would be a little bit maybe it's easier to see if it's like an actual 3D object. Like maybe if the attack has a radius, it makes sense that it, you know, still has a radius. And yeah, exactly, Orion. That's also why my opinion on the job is somewhat like, well, it looks cute. By the way, Ymir, just pointing out, it's not the most helpful. It's not always. I don't mind, but just keep in mind that I think some tanks would be very annoyed if they saw you pull like that. I don't mind. That's why you do it. Okay, fair enough. That's fine. As I said, I don't mind. I can take it. But it's just don't do the big don't do the pulls like that with some poor rando that isn't ready for it. DPS health bars or extra mitigation. Yeah, exactly. That is true. The reason why some tanks can get really, really hissy about it is because it messes up the pull. It can make it difficult. It can make it difficult to actually round up the mobs because some DPS ran ahead and just grabbed them all willy-nilly, where the tank is used to pulling it in a specific way. And things like that. But technically, yeah, using the DPS player's HP bar is extra mitigation. Yeah, that's also, as Orion said, I'm holding off until I've played it. That's also kind of my perspective, and I've also said the same thing about Viper, that I can give some thoughts on how I think it might play, or like a suggestion as to how it maybe will play. But it could be anything until we see it actually played. And that is also what I have typically said, as Ham says, would like to see some actual gameplay or some tooltips. That's also what I said. Like, the only thing that we were actually told that was like proper value information was Pictomancer will not have a raise. That's it. Like, that is basically the opposite of getting a tooltip. But it's still something. Orion, we were told at least... I'm pretty sure we were told like over a year ago that the next expansion would have 2 DPS jobs. And basically everyone went, it'll be a ranged physical and a mage. Because we're low on both of those compared to melee DPS. Like, if we view all DPS sections as unique roles, then we have 5 melee and 3 of the 2 other categories. But then we got a melee DPS and a mage. I believe we also had... I can't remember where we had it from, but I'm pretty sure that we were told somewhere that one of the DPS jobs would share gear with Ninja. It's either that, or people simply assumed it's so hard that everyone thinks that it is something we were told. Because I cannot recall if we were ever told that outright, that it was just, well, Ninja's the only one who doesn't share gear with anyone, so it makes sense that they would now, I guess. See, Mayor Clanger says, is it a good or bad thing it doesn't have a res? I always wondered why Red Mage was the only DPS with it. Summoner has a res, as Aridel says. Only Black Mage doesn't have a res. On live among the mages, which is significant because that means, because there's only one mage that doesn't have a res, it means that not having a res is a weakness that Black Mage has. If there's 2 mages that doesn't have a res, then it is more like, well, these are the res mages and these are the not res mages, so they would have some other kind of utility, you'd assume. The reason, Mayor Clanger, the reason why you might have come to the conclusion that Summoner doesn't have a raise is because Summoner uses their Swift cast so often in their rotation that, well, they don't really have it most of the time. Like, they're using their Swift cast all the time for damage. So it's pretty common that a summoner will just look at a party member being dead and be like, sorry, I needed to Swift cast my Slipstream. I mean, you'll understand. Damage. Perry, I'm pretty sure we have been told outright now that Viper shares with Ninja. What I'm saying is, before we knew Viper was coming, I think a lot of people were expecting a ranged job that then happened to share gear with Ninja. I'm pretty sure. But then we got a melee DPS. And I'm pretty sure we got confirmation that it shares gear with Ninja. And then we also knew that the other DPS was going to be a mage, because we were told that. And now we got our mage. Yeah, so when Viper was announced, we already knew that we were not getting a ranged physical. Right, so next we are doing Vault. Yumiya says I can't do Vault. Well, you'd have to change to a different job, or you can, like, if you don't want to play a different job, then we can adjust the group. But we're doing the Vault. I'm trying my best to push Dark Knight as high as we can this stream. Yeah, that works. We're going in that vault. I hear there's a bunch of people that have spent a lot of time in the vault recently. Oh yeah, we can't AoE pull this first bit. But yeah, overall, I have this exact issue that I can't really say that, well, I don't exactly have it as an issue, but more that I can't do very much with the information that we got on Pictomancer or Viper, because we need a little bit more information in the form of, you know, actual actions they have and what they do. Like, I mean, it's really cool that you can summon a Mughal to shoot a death laser for a second as a Pictomancer, but how do you do that? Is that like do you collect stickers and then it's like Yorimidare Setsugeka, or is it like a resource you're building and then you spend it on that, or what is it? Like that's ultimately the reason why I think like some people are like, I don't know, looks cool. And that's something that I always end up getting myself. I end up making myself too excited about being showed something new, and then I have to remind myself, oh yeah, don't stand in my salted earth, it's fine. I have to remind myself that we get very little information at the reveals. That's their spammable. Just laser beams all day. Also, by the way, the spell being called Holiest of Holy. I feel like White Mage just missed out. Like, Holy 3? Really? Seriously? Is that what we're doing? This man, Sir Adelphil, has Holiest of Holy. When is White Mage getting that? Is that level 100? When do we have that? 92. Then we just get Holy 4. Well, there's a treasure chest over here. I was wondering why this random guy was so healthy, and it's because he's just standing here over in the corner. Trevor says, I predict there'll be builder spenders with 60 and 120 second bursts. You know, I have a feeling you might be onto something unless there's some major changes happening to the rest of the jobs in the game. He's just standing there, menacingly.
I'll cut you to pieces.
You know, Perry, one of the saddest parts about wanting like a job with water magic of some sort is that white mage, you know, black mage has fire, ice, and lightning, right? White mage had earth, wind, and water, but their wind and earth magic turns into holy magic, and their water magic has been removed. I just deleted it because it was a knockback. Well, it was a knockback, I believe, and then it was made into a bind or something. But the problem was that it was an OGCD that did damage, I guess. The Peachimon says, should I main Summoner or Black Mage for DPS? That depends on what you like. Both are fine. Is that like your first job, or is it like just a choice that you're trying to make? Because both are fine. Also, hey Silvermint, hope you're doing well. Your main is White Mage. Well, once again, depends on what you prefer. Have you tried Black Mage and Summoner? If you want something a lot more, like, more involved and complicated, then Black Mage is the choice. If you'd rather have something a little simpler, then Summoner is generally considered the easy, like a lot of people consider the easiest DPS job in the game. There's a treasure over here. Want to be as useful in terms of damage output in dungeons. Well, in dungeons, I think I would imagine that Summoner is easier to deal with, especially, like even more so. But it's hard to say. In specifically a dungeon context, I'm pretty sure both jobs are a lot closer in power. So then Summoner's more easily accessible mobility might value more. Also, if you're a healer main, then you might appreciate that leveling Summoner also means that you get to have an additional healer added to your arsenal.
Filthy rats! Be gone with you!
Enjoy, Peachmon.
And now the final curtain.
Ham says I found it always weird that White Mage has wind and Black Mage has ice. Due to lore reasons, the inverse might make more sense. Well, I think the reason for that is more a Final Fantasy franchise thing. Because Black Mage always has Blizzard and Fire and Thunder. I'm less knowledgeable on the white magic spells because I don't know, like, it's not unusual that you would just only grab, you know, defensive spells for your healer. So it's less of a concern what kind of spells that the white mage would have. But when you say lore reasons, what do you mean? Do you mean like, well, ice would be like stillness, which is a more white magic thing? Do you mean like that? The dark and light alignment of the elements. Right. Well, that is true, and that also technically comes up in E8, right? But I think the reality here is that white magic and black magic isn't the same as the light and dark alignment of the elements. Because the light and dark alignment is something else, isn't it? If I remember correctly, isn't it more like the light aligned is also more about like the darker it gets, the more about chaos and movement it is, and like change, whereas the lighter it gets, the opposite is true, which makes perfect sense in that the earth is stone and ice doesn't move much and water is in nature and things like that. Whereas fire is something that is usually generated by something, and thunder happens in bursts, and wind like often causes change and things like that by moving things. And both fire, thunder, and wind can really get to a very destructive level, exactly as Peachmon says, destructive elements. But exactly that reason is why what matters is that both black mage and white mage have both astral elements and umbral elements, with I suppose aero being the more destructive element in this case. And that is also what we have to keep in mind with like umbral ice and astral fire, I suppose. But yeah, the main point I'm trying to make is that white mage makes you think that it's a light mage because of all the holy magic it casts. And black mage, by contrast, makes you think it's like an evil void mage because of all the void magic that happens. But ultimately, there might be a bit of an overlap between what they do. Because there's multiple, like there's multiple different like halves in this. There's the umbral and the astral, and there's the light and the dark, and then there are these specific elements that land into white magic schools and black magic schools. And the funny thing is that we don't think that much about this the instant that a job stops talking about it. Like think about it. Summoner has actually has fire, earth, and wind, right? Due to their primals. But we don't think that much about that. Good old Xenoglossy. Now, if only Xenoglossy said it did dark damage or something. Missed opportunity? Wait, what? Earth, wind, and fire. Well, I confused myself in the middle of the sentence, Orion. Because for some reason I wanted to say thunder, and I was like, no, that's not right. Oh, our gloves are starting to look very awkward. Anyway, we are doing some more vault. I mean, exactly, Traverse. The red mage specifically has arrow and stone and thunder and fire. And then they have flare and holy. And it specifically plays into the balance of white and black mana rather than, you know, astral and umbral magic or something. Earth, wind, and dragon. Ah, yes. Our favorite element, dragon. When you've played too much Pokemon or Monster Hunter. Yes. The elements of nature. Fire, earth, wind, lightning, dragon. What was that? What was that last one? Thunder. No. After that. Ice? No. You didn't mention that. I don't know what you're talking about. When I was hearing the Avatar show opening dialogue. What's the order on that one again? For some reason it's escaping me. Persona magic type. Look at these tall people just running ahead because my legs are too short. Earth, fire, water, dragon. These 4 elements lived in harmony until the Dragon Nation attacked. But when the world needed him most, the warrior of light disappeared or vanished. It's It's a discount store avatar, as you can hear. It's the avatar that your mom says we have at home. Mom, can we have Avatar? But we have Avatar at home. Avatar at home. Kai failing to get the intro dialogue right. Or failing to get the dialogue right, at least. When the Guardians attacked. No. When the Dragon Nation attacked. Totally. They have Ultima Weapon, right? That's dragon-y enough, or something. This is like the dumbest way to do a mega pull. Just send the healer first in. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Just go for it. Perry says there's this one boss from Stormblood, from a Stormblood raid that casts Water 4 and has a water tornado abilities in the animation. Animations are pretty. Ariel suggests Famfrit. That sounds right. Imagine having water spells, am I right? Now, if only they added, like, I don't know, like a Geomancer. They could have added that. That would make sense that they had water spells, right? Traverse says, I thought the Fire Nation had dragons. I'm pretty sure that in the Avatar story that the Fire Nation originally learned fire bending from dragons or something like that.
I will not yield to you.
And that's also true. Emir says Blue Mage has water, but we all know that Blue Mage doesn't count. It never gets to count whenever something matters. It's like, oh, this fight is impossible to solo, and then someone comes like, well, actually, Blue Mage can solo it, and then they just look at you like, well, Blue Mage doesn't count. It's too easy. Let's keep it Ishgardian because Smol Kai is in the vault. And the Ishgardians attacked.
Down with you.
Persona has nuclear magic. I guess that's where Black Mage found Flare. Oh, we reached level 58, by the way. But we're also running out of rested XP. As long as we get to spend it all. Since I'm pretty sure by the time Smol Kai wakes up next week, we will have full bar again. Oh yeah, that also means that Smol Kai is an entire patch behind, because she has. I'm pretty sure she hasn't fought 6.5 yet.
Filthy rats! Get on with you!
I'm just making sure I'm getting this right, Gazel. You do know that the distance you have to move for the holy chains is based on how close you were when it spawned, right?
And now the final cut.
So being closer to the group is beneficial. I'm just asking, because you might just be doing it for the lols.
This shall be a mercy. You disgust me.
I mean, we do the vaults in a group where we're basically all but intentionally pulling everything with the tank and the rear of the party. And then I'm like, but wait a minute, you're doing the holy chains wrong. What? Like, that's like the least of our worries, right?
Sickness must be purged.
Indeed, many of the primal creatures in the Ivalice raid series, such as Famfrit, are both seen in Final Fantasy XII. I'm also pretty sure they're seen in Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advanced, potentially Tactics Advanced 2, because they're all set in Ivalice. More gear. Is that everything? Is that all of our upgrades from all that? Seems like it. Right, new quest. Time to do a new quest. Time to do one new quest. Final Fantasy XII Revenant Wings. I suppose that would also be there since it's 12, yeah. I have not, like, honestly, I've only tried very little of Final Fantasy XII. I've never played Tactics, and I've never played Tactics 2, but Tactics Advanced 2, but Tactics Advanced 1 is an excellent game in my opinion. It has some weird mechanics, but it actually plays with some, like, types of game mechanics which I've talked about before, which is like using I think it's called adversarial programming or something like that, where you make something in the game that prevents you from playing in a specific way because the developers don't want you to do that. Oh, we don't even get anything. Oh. Well, we're doing the quest anyway. It took considerable effort, but at last I've learned the whole truth. Attend me, Caetsu. You have a right to know. For countless generations, the sons and daughters of House Caemmunity have pledged themselves to the church, so devoted to the faith they are. Many rose to positions of great prominence within the clergy, and for a time, Countess Istri de Caemmunity was poised to do the same, and when she and her husband celebrated the birth of their firstborn, the futures of the house seemed brighter than ever. That is, until years later, when the inquisitors came, information gleaned during an interrogation that it had implicated her husband as a heretic. When the Countess confronted him with these allegations, he brought a vial to his lips and completed his transformation. One he proudly declared was decades in the making. The Temple Knight slew him as he tried to rip out her throat. Afterwards, she had Riel locked away in the deepest cell she could find. Madness. What monster thinks to find absolution in her daughter's death?
Mustn't go. She'll kill you.
She'll kill us anyway if we don't. I know what I'm doing, Riel. I have a plan. Caetsu, recall you the dragon's words when we told her of our dark arts. She said that there were tiny beings who know a better way. If they can teach us how to harness the abyss, mayhap we can stand against Lady Eaststreet and her minions. Unfortunately, I haven't the foggiest who these tiny beings might be. I'm a tiny being. No? Okay, well then Mughals will have to do. It's Mughal time! Look, it's Moggy!
Well, if it isn't one of the new visitors from below.
New visitors, yes.
Are you searching for something? If so, just ask. I pride myself on being the second most well-informed Mughal here, Kupo.
Can I talk with the... Can you find me the most well-informed Mughal, then?
My, that's a rather grim way of living, isn't it? I can't say I've ever heard of knights so infatuated with darkness. However, I think I might know why she bade you visit us. Go ahead and fetch your friends. We have an awful lot to talk about, Kupo.
The Mughals are Dark Knights?
Yes! Time to use Edge of Mughal! Mark of Darkness. Blap! Welcome to Markham, Kupo. The little one must be Riel, which makes the big one Sid, right?
Yes, I presume you are one of the tiny beings of whom the dragon spoke. Riel, say something to the Mughal. Now, say hello to the nice Mughal. Riel?
Riel! I'm sick of this charade. You tell me to talk, but then you refuse to listen. You tell me you're doing this for me, but then you go on about the darkness and the abyss. Am I supposed to be grateful when you come back covered in blood? When I put you back together so you can do it again, does she put him back together? You drag me to halfway across the world so you can discover a new way to kill yourself. And you tell me it's for my sake? Why are we here, Sidoko? Tell me the real reason.
Riel, no, of course it's for your sake.
Well, you've certainly had a lot of practice saying it, haven't you? I'm sure the next fair maiden will appreciate it.
What are you saying? It's not like that. It's not like that, Riel. And you, say something, damn you.
Kupo.
There.
I think I'm beginning to understand this whole darkness concept, Kupo. Harnessing the power of your emotions or something, some such, yes? I'm reminded of an ancient legend about a Mughal named Mark. Rather simple name, I know, but those were simpler times, Kupo. Anyway, Mark had a penchant for dancing and...
Wait, what does dancing have to do with the dark arts?
Everything, Kupo. Everything. The point is, your master was absolutely right when he told you to submit to the flame. You just never figured out what he meant by it. But better late than never, Kupo. Master Moggy will show you the way. First, you two Dark Knights will need to pull 4 sprigs of pumwort each. Up to it, Kupo.
Demonic Kupo noises. I fail to see what purpose this serves, but fine. You will have your precious pumwort.
Oh, and Riel can stay here with us while you're away.
Let's go, Caetsu. Moggy, exceptional at dispersing the situation here when they were about to jump in each other's faces. Just, oh, let's talk about something else. And then they just do it. So, a funny thing you might notice with some of the job quests is that if the job has been significantly changed, you'll notice that they're talking about something that is oddly on the nose for something that could be like an action. And if you remember what kind of actions a job used to have, then sometimes this might be incredibly obvious. For example, one of the level 30 actions Dark Knights have, or used to have, was literally Dark Arts. It was like a toggle that you turned on, which then cost, like in Heavensward, it cost MP to keep it going. In Stormblood, it instead just made it so you couldn't receive MP by any other means except generated MP by yourself. Which also stopped your auto recovery of MP. And they talk a lot about like your dark side in the level 30 quest. In this quest, we're talking about dancing. Incidentally, I believe Dark Knight used to have a defensive cooldown called Dark Dance. Astrologian didn't use to get different cards as they leveled. It was just that the different cards had different purposes, so we just explained what they meant. Space Queen. Also, hey Space Queen, hope you're doing well. But it's a lot more prominent with certain jobs compared to others, like for example with the Summoner quests where they talk about Bio and Miasma, which you don't learn anymore. There you are, the darkest dark one of the dark. Is she being sarcastic? Have you brought my pomwort? A common weed whose seeds rattle inside their palm-like pods when dried. Very nice, Kubo. That must have kept you busy for a while. For your next trial, you must cull Tullihans, Kubo. Rather, a lot of them have been sighted on the road to Asa. If you wait there long enough, they're sure to show up, Kubo. Riel? Oh, you needn't worry about her. She's off playing with some friends of mine, Kubo. Just focus on the trial and wait for me in Asa when you're finished. And yeah, that is exactly true, Space Queen. You basically go through and learn about each of the constellations which match each of the cards. Which would give you the impression that it would work, as you say. Which basically what I'm getting at is that some of these job quests were a lot more on the nose, as in they were about something specific because they taught you something specific. The Astrologian storyline, I suppose, was less like that in retrospect. They were like more like explaining the general concepts of the job, whereas the Dark Knight one here sometimes is a bit like, oh yeah, we need to draw from the abyss. You learned Abyssal Drain. Oh. Or like, oh, well, you can't defend anyone if you're dead. You've learned Living Dead. With the most hilarious example of that probably being Paladin and their level 60 quest where they learn Royal Authority. Space Queen says level 34 increases parry rate by 20%, can only be executed while succumbing to the dark side, duration 20 seconds. Right, okay, and that was Dark Dance, so the level was wrong. Fair enough. And yet, the level 34 is... that would be correct, because the action only existed in Heavensward, so I have guessed wrong on this. Used to learn Soul Survivor at 58. Oh yeah! Not as in, oh yeah, that's true, as in, oh yeah, Soul Survivor. Oh. I think the best you can do with the Paladin questline is at some point just realize it's more like a comedy, and then just roll with it. What in the hells are we doing, Caetsu? What could Mughals possibly know about mastering the dark arts? Someone from off-screen, which is possibly a Mughal, says, "Ha ha ha, foolish fools!"
Right then, what's all this? While you two were busy gathering pubwort and slaying Tollyhands, we kidnapped Riel, Kupo. Oh yes, Kupo. We've had so much fun playing together. So much fun indeed, Kupo. So much fun that we thought we might keep her here forever. You wouldn't dare. If you don't believe us, go and look. You'll never find her, Kupo. Not in a million years. She's ours, Kupo. You'll never see her again. You furry little shites. Give her back to me now, or I swear I will kill every last one of you and burn your village to cinders. Thorn March music starts playing. He said something about ripping a palm off their head and shoving it down their throat. Isn't that the same thing they say in the introduction to Kupo Nuts in Shadowbringers? Like in the Clan Hunts questline? But wait, there's more of them. We do a little bit of Mughling. But wait, there's more of them. Of course there's more of them. Why wouldn't there be? Oh, you can just stun it. that takes some of the scare out of that. Sudoku using the old power slash combo when he feels like, you know, oh. Yeah, I was wondering what you were talking about with that. I didn't even realize. Bruh. Ouch! You could really hurt someone carrying on like that, Kupo. That's the bloody point. Now tell me where she is if you want to live. Wait. Boink. He do be sleeping though. Why do you want her back so badly, Kupo? What kind of question is that? You kidnapped her. But you don't seem to like having her around that much anyway, right? She's just a burden to you, so why do you care what happens to her? I swore an oath to protect her. That's what we Dark Knights do. You think that will give you strength enough to protect her? Duty and honor? I'll tell you what you need, Kupo. Winds come through strength to defend the meek. Is it honor? Is it justice? How bland! Could it be that the darkness is born of a light? A flame burning for another? How grand! Tis love. Tis love. All-powerful, shining love. Rather blunt, I'll admit, but subtlety doesn't seem to be a strong suit, Kupo. Riel. Well, here we are. Go on, Riel. Say your piece. I know you and Frey were trying to do right by your master, that you came to my defense because you believed that that's what he would have wanted, and I know you only did that because you believed it would make you stronger, because all you truly care about is killing more Temple Knights. I've seen how you look at them, how you curse them under your breath, how you relish every opportunity to cut them down, so don't tell me that it's all been for me. Don't tell me that Frey died for me. Everything I've done for my mother and my father, for my master, and yes, most of all for me. Brah! I haven't been honest with you, nor with myself, and for that I'm sorry. I will stand for you in this coming trial, but what happens after will be your decision. Good. That's a promise. Smol Kai over there like, does that mean we're Love Knights now and not Dark Knights? Just checking. Just asking, just checking in, just to be sure. Yes, no, maybe, perhaps, mayhaps. Very little bastards had us fooled, eh? Shame their wisdom is bollocks. I mean, really now? Love? That's what you need to harness the abyss? I mean, I suppose there's something to be said for caring deeply for your charge, but no. No, I will not give those cretins even a sliver of credit. This was an utter waste of time, and that's that. Still, I am glad to have come to an understanding with Riel. We should return to Ishgard. The hour of the trial, it draws close. Come along, Riel. The hour of the trial draws close. It is exactly 2 levels of you leveling up away. Yeah, that one BSR is actually... That one is probably some of the most grating stuff with old quests at times. Is you see NPCs like healers casting Protect, Stone Skin, tanks using the actual tank 1, 2, 3 combos, and you're just sitting there like, could you at least change that? I was about Riel's age when I came to Ishgard. My parents, they said we would find a better life here. When the Temple Knights we had shown mercy returned, they let us choose the order in which we would die. That would be their mercy to us, they declared. I watched my parents kneel in the dirt. Look away, they said, but I could not. At last, when it was my turn, I knelt and prepared to follow them into death. I closed my eyes, but when I opened them, a man in black stood before me, hand outstretched, and so I took it. Defend the meek, punish the wicked. Mayhap it was all but a convenient excuse to indulge in vengeance. She deserves better than me, but there is no one else. One more battle, Caetsu. Let's see it done. Mayhap in this final battle I can serve as my master intended. But we will not have this fight until you have leveled up 2 more times. Are you ready for more of the vault? Right, so Soul Survivor, for those that are wondering, if I remember correctly, the way that it worked is that you cast it on something or someone, like an enemy, notably, and if the enemy died within 10 seconds, you healed for like 20% of your HP.
I know Gazel also wants to join. Is it alright we go with this team, Gazel? Is that okay? Take that as a yes. Thank you. It's really annoying. I wish I could bring way more people. Just to clarify, I wish I could bring more. It is annoying that I can't bring more people because I wish I could. But yeah, if you want, a key thing that you can recognize Soul Survivor from is Plunge in PvP actually applies the exact same effect. It just also, as an additional effect, resets the cooldown on Plunge. Oh, fair enough, Gazel. I wasn't sure. But yeah, you could probably imagine that an action like Soul Survivor, where you tag a specific enemy and go, if that one dies shortly, I will heal, is really weird to use in, like, imagine like a dungeon, for example. Like, incredibly awkward to use. Because you have to find, like, while you're actively tanking and might actually need that healing, you have to figure out exactly which mob will live the least so you can heal. It is going to be... I wonder if we will be able to reach level 60. Because this dungeon will spend the last rested XP we have, and then it might just take way longer. I'm not entirely sure. And, well, I don't want to set the precedence that we always finish 10 levels per stream, because I already know that I won't be able to keep that up as the amount of XP climbs. Just better to just accept that we get as much as we get. Wait, what? Is I? Oh, I was wearing the Slayer one, I guess. I think I have like a millimeter left. Less than 1 millimeter of rested XP, so it'll be spent on the next fight. What it is with old old solo duties and the like, where you have NPCs using the old actions, I feel like it is particularly egregious typically with tanks because they've lost specific like 1, 2, 3 combos. That's why it is particularly noticeable with them. Where a lot of jobs have lost a lot of like utility actions that are just not needed anymore. So like you might see, I don't think that happens, but hypothetically you could see like a black mage cast freeze in an old solo duty, like in an old solo duty of some sort, and it snares the enemies. But you don't really notice because it's like it happens like maybe once and maybe it makes sense in context. Where Sidurgo using specifically Power Slash, which you don't have, is just weird because they could have just replaced it with Soul Eater. Like they could have just replaced it. But then again, maybe they keep it as like some sort of Easter egg. I'm very sad that they made it so Sir Grino doesn't keep his void tears anymore. And I thought it was funny in the old version where if you took very long, he would just have like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 of them just in the arena that you had to deal with. I don't know if they actually made it so that they would gradually dissipate, but I do remember that if you did the fight normally, you would just gradually get more and more of them. It's the same actually with the gas dragon thing in the Aerie. That the old version had like ads that ran around and yoinked the weird gas, which made the fight easier. But if they ate too many of them, they would explode. So you had to like let them get a few and then kill them. Which actually led to situations where the fight was way harder if your group was too diligent about dealing with ads. Because I have had groups in that old version where they just immediately attacked the ads and killed them before they had a chance to deal with any of the gas. Which then filled up the entire arena with gas. But I can also see how the new version of that fight, at least, works better in like a dungeon that you're supposed to do once, right? Like the thing with those like gas blobs was that they didn't really lend themselves well to how quickly the fight would be over. So if you actually wiped to it, it would completely destroy the pace of the run. In a way.
Filthy rats.
So by just making the fight a lot more understandable at a glance, they made the fight better in a way. By removing something that I like. This is what I usually call mean boss mechanics. Like mechanics where it usually gets you because you don't actually know how the fight is supposed to be done. So like the instant you go, oh, that's what we're supposed to do, it just completely trivializes the fight. And I don't think mean mechanics are a good idea. in like a random dungeon you're supposed to do once that is years old. So I can see why they would change the fights like that. But it is a shame, because the old versions were sometimes more interesting. And viewing a fight as something that you're only going to do this one time is also a little weird in retrospect when we do the dungeons and the content so much as a result of the daily roulettes. I mean, I still get quite a lot of XP. I still got 153% XP bonus, where before it was 200%. You disgust me, Xanadus. But I took a shower. Right. Gear upgrades. Shoes. And necklace? And I think we might level up from the next go. Are you tired of Vault? Because we still have at least one more go. I hope it's just one more go. But hey, if nothing else, Xanadus, the voice lines make the fight way more memorable. Hey Shiro, hope you're doing well. As you disgust me, coming from the dude who was raised in a society with a communal salt lick at the dinner table. Yeah, exactly, Shiro. He's like, what? You just have salt? You don't lick the salt? You just pour it on the food directly? Ah, disgusting! I mean, yes, Xanadus, but the thing is, if the fight didn't have the voice line, then the boss at the end would be less memorable as a result. That's what I mean. Like, the Vault as a combined experience is of course more memorable for what happens after. But when you've done the Vault like 300 times, the thing that really makes it stand out, at least to me, is more the voiced bosses, because that's not common in this level range. Yeah, Shiro, we for the solo challenge stream, I was trying out a chat layout, and it seems to work pretty well. So we're keeping it. Hey Fade, hope you're doing well. Oops. When you're reminded that the boss's tank boss does a cone. Nom. Nom. Ow. Ow. Oh boy. That's really far. Dumb ways to pull. So many dumb ways to pull. Dumb ways to pull. Guys, the deacon. But yeah, I'm mostly just meaning when I say a fight is memorable for the voice lines, it's just that eventually the thing that, like, eventually you might stop thinking as much about what cutscenes that particular part or what story is related to that specific part of the game, but the voice lines in the fight itself stays relevant. I shouldn't have used Absolute Drain there, that was really dumb.
I'll cut you to pieces!
There's also the part that back when I was going through the story for the first time, I talked about this before. Did you get smacked out of the arena, Ymir? When I originally played through the story, I wasn't paying that much attention in A Realm Reborn, and I was absolutely paying more attention to the story in Heavensward. But let's just say that I wasn't as attached to Haurchefant, so it just didn't hit me as hard. It makes more sense when you actually, like, let me put it like this, that cutscene is a lot more impactful when you actually pay attention to what comes up before it. But that is of course the reason why I then remember the vault more for its voice lines than perhaps the cutscene before it, because that was what I attached myself to first. I'm pretty sure I'll level up from this. And then we'll have a great Google library. Great googly moogly library. I should have made a Haurchefant themed font called Haurchefant. They should have done that, and then have Haurchefant exclusively be the only person that uses it in the story. The great Google library. Ah yes, that's where you find everything. In the great Google library. AKA Google Scholar. Pretty much. great Mughal library. Zoom.
Filthy rats! Get on with you!
And the holy chain. Holy chain! I really do hope I level up from this. I have had enough of the vault for tonight. It's an archive of all knowledge, most foul and forbidden. What do you call it? Google. Google. Charlian Forum. Dawn of the 6th Austral Era.
Sickness must be purged!
Sickness must be purged.
Get on with you!
Ah! Explosions! More explosions!
Sickness must be purged!
Oh yeah, it is an awesome dungeon call. It's just that we've done it like 4 times, I feel like. 3 or 4 times? And then it starts getting a little, you know... Oh! New sword! Oh, that's a nice sword. The Zweihander. Wow, our gloves could really use a little something. Oh. Random passerby just, oh, rest. Dead blue mage, as every day. Right. That means next up is great googly moogly library. This fight hit different when you started in the spring of 2020. Yeah, I guess that's kind of what I was getting at, is that the things that make the fight, like the story implications that make the story, that make the dungeon memorable, start to like fade, and then it's more like what the fight itself does. I feel like the helmet was made Smol Caetsu top heavy, Xanadus. It's just totally normal clothing, and then she just has a big helmet. Are you ready for lo-fi beats to murder to? Bowling ball head like a baby. Oh, the door's closed. Why are we even here in the story? We're leveling Dark Knight. Oh, sorry. While we were here in the story, we were looking for some information? For Matoya, yeah? Why did we need Matoya? Getting her research materials. Thank you, Archibuster. Small guy puts on helmet and immediately falls over. More adorably angry noises. Yeah. You should have left the place unlocked if it was so forbidden. You know, the irony is if it's so forbidden, they should have just burned it. Burn it! And that's the weird thing with the Sharlians. They're like, oh, this knowledge is too powerful. No one can know this. But then again, it would be a shame to throw it out. Cole says Dark Knights have a reputation for being hard to heal, but then had a Dark Knight in Fell Court that barely needed healing. So expert roulettes, or rather like level 90 roulettes, or level 90 dungeons in the post game, have a little bit of a syncing issue, which means that jobs tend to be excessively overgeared for them as they become older. That is not the reason in this case. The reason why sometimes Dark Knights are unusually difficult to keep alive is because they're supposed to be using TBN very aggressively, which is a cooldown they have with a 15-second cooldown that gives them a shield for 7 seconds that is equal to 25% of their health. So basically every 15 seconds they can protect 25%. Like, basically indirectly heal themselves for 25% of their HP. Oh, we actually kind of need to kill this guy. So if they use that diligently, then it would make them a lot easier to heal. However, if they're not using it, and some Dark Knights just don't, like they just don't, because they just mash Edge and Flood of Darkness, and then they're like, oh, I don't have any more NP, how curious. And then they just don't do anything about it, just, oh, too bad, guess I'm a DPS actually. That's my guess, Cole. But there's also the possibility, because you were in the Fell Court of Troya specifically, that the Dark Knight was just very well geared. Because you don't get synced very much in dungeons like that. But yeah, I suppose ultimately it's a very roundabout way of saying, are the mitigations hard to use? Not really, but they're technically more complicated than other mitigation. Traverses, I had one Dark Knight argue that TBN was a DPS loss and refused to use it. I mean, it can be. But here's the thing. if your healer needs you to take less damage for the healer to be able to attack more, then TBN is worth the investment. Like, genuinely, the reason why you should be using TBN a lot more aggressively when Dark Side is fine, which is your damage buff, is because the damage your healer can do as a result of you not needing healing is worth more. What do you mean about an EX bridge boss, Cole? You mean like the wall? Laying on the ground is a really big DPS loss. Yeah. Right. Yeah, the thing is that it's correct that using TBN on cooldown can lead to be a DPS loss. That's true. But in that very moment, there should be that little voice in the back of your head going, "But you're a tank." Even though everything else in the game would tell you that it shouldn't matter. You are a tank first and foremost, and using TBN makes you take less damage, which allows the healer to attack more, which is a DPS gain for the party, which matters more. Trevor says, I don't know what's worse, a Dark Knight not using TBN or Warrior not using Bloodwetting. The Dark Knight is annoying, like mildly saddening and annoying, but I've gotten used to that one because it's actually surprisingly uncommon that it happens. Like, it happens every so often. But the Warrior not using Bloodwetting is rare, which makes it way sadder and way more annoying. Which, by the way, reminds me, I think I mentioned this on a previous stream as well, but if any of you have watched my Astrologian short, the one where I explain you can, like, when you're doing a big AoE pull as an Astrologian, you can use these cooldowns, right? And just demonstrate it. My tank in that context is a warrior. And multiple of the comments are like, well, your tank is a warrior, so you don't need to do anything. And I'm sitting there like, yes, but this is a demonstration. And I watched that footage back and discovered, to my shock and horror, that the warrior was not really using Bloodwetting. So I'm sitting there like defending that I was going all out, keeping this warrior tank alive when they had Bloodwetting, when they weren't using it. That was a pretty funny discovery. Thank you, Archibuster. I like it too. I have spirit bonded items in my inventory randomly. Hey Malice, hope you're doing well. I walk a lonely road. I'm guessing the reason you never noticed Malice is because Smol Kai has spent a lot of time as casters. I don't think it's annoying though. I think it's very cute. It's the voice some Lalafeld's players use to spam wah. Oh yeah, that's true. That's the thing. The thing is that when I am using emotes on Smol Kai, I generally don't spam them like that. So I'm not one of those that do that, at the very least. Oh boy. Oh, there it is. Let me just dump some items here. I should really be doing it downward up. Can I do that? Yes, I can. Yes, of course I want to trade in a high quality item. Why wouldn't I? I think that will do. Then we can do the rest at a later point. There you go. Oh man, we didn't even get half a level. Cole, yes, all of the races make noises. It's just physical jobs make the most noise. And some are a lot more than others. Do you? But all of them make noises. It's just that casters don't. Which leads to the reason why you could because Smol Kai has been playing basically Black Mage and Astrologian mainly for months at this point. Which would give the impression that she doesn't say anything. ESR says, someone in my raid group told me my lizard barked. Ruff. Well, I'm not even sure which voice you're using, BSR. Welcome back, Sin. I mean, I think, given that we're like a dungeon and then a bit away from level 60, I think we will aim for the level 60 and the Heavensward story finale. Even if we have to go a bit over time for that. Where's the bird? What's it doing over there? Come on! It's completely messing me up, so I forget to cast my defensive cooldowns. But yeah, if you think small dragons are not loud, next time you watch one of my streams on my main where I'm playing a physical job, I can tell you that my character loves to say "yeah" very often when she's a physical job. Sometimes she also just goes, "Hup." But she says that specific sound, "yeah." And I notice it a lot. I think, now that I think about it, Gunbreaker might be one of the more quiet jobs. You played mainly Gunbreaker, right, Santo? You used to. You mean Monk now? Small guy is too loud. Yeah, if for example you normally play with the sound not too up high, or you listen to music or something while you play, then there's a good chance that you'll miss it as well. Part of the reason why I notice it is because, well, of course, I'm not listening to any music right now, right? Aside from lo-fi beats to Murder 2. I think the reason why some people latch on to specific voices that are annoying is because they are in a high enough pitch that you can hear them over music or whatever you're doing. There's specific Lala voices that people think about when they say this. There's a specific Mikote voice, I believe. Santo, if you want to test a little bit more with the sounds, try and switch to I think Machinist is weirdly loud. But it is generally just a matter of the specific voices that are weirdly high, like that are unusually high pitched. I think is typically the thing that makes them stand out. All right, that's fine. I didn't want Salted Earth anyway. Just steps out of it and plants an AoE on it, so I can't move the boss to it. Imya, you had to step out of the way of the blue fire. Fire 4! It also makes sense that Ninja would be really quiet, doesn't it? I think it would be really weird if people started complaining about how loud Ninja was. Just, in my opinion, it would be really strange. What? We made 11 aware of voice, and immediately was like, I need to use a Fantasia for this. Ha! You know, that is actually a good point. Ardell says, I'm imagining Lalafell voices if it was like World of Warcraft, where in World of Warcraft, the character itself says things like, I need a target, I need more mana, and things like that. Could you imagine that?
I need a target. That ability is not ready yet.
I need healing. Some people forget that World of Warcraft is like this, because a pretty common thing to do in World of Warcraft is turn off those error messages. Because we do a little button mash, as you know. Wow. I need a blade. I need ether. Light or dark, it matters not. Run! Oh, well, that works. Rescue works. I had expected getting more XP out of that, but we will certainly need one more run. What? Oh, it has one more strength. Technically an upgrade. The best kind of upgrade. Technically an upgrade. Yeah, we found ether. I need power. Light or dark, it matters not. You can have a sword with one more strength on it. Perfect. The story with me calling it lo-fi beats to murder to actually originates from Palace of the Dead. I didn't even realize it was from this dungeon. But every time I heard this specific song come on in Palace of the Dead, when it chose it randomly, I was like, oh yeah, nice. Specifically, oh, lo-fi beats to murder to. Perfect. And then one day I realized it was Great Cabal Library. Oh, I don't know which mobs those are, Levin. Okay, then ignore my arm's length then. I don't even care. I don't even care. Wow! Hey, Cat Damon! Hope you're doing well. Dun 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 dun. It's a Spandul. The party is darkness and lasers. Wait, which one of them is the monk? Darkness, lasers. And the monk, he's here too. Oh, she's here too. Ymir says, what am I? You're the darkness. And now you might be thinking, so what are you then? I'm a bit of both. I shoot lasers. I'm also darkness. We do a little bit of multiclassing, you see. Incredible discovery! The door opens when you kill the book! I'm pulling the boss. I'm doing it. Dumb ways to pull. Whap. arm's length too short for the skill to work. Is 11 in the past? Have we lost 11 in the past? We're reaching from beyond from the future back into the past. Ah, perfect. There we go, level 60. I don't think I have any. Oh, I do. Excellent. I need power. Light or dark, it matters not. You can have these accessories. They're actually for like... They're actually more so intended for a dragoon or something, but they're yours now. Well, with a 255 weapon to start, we might not need a poetic sword. So we might be able to invest some poetics in something else instead. That is another one of those where I'm pretty sure I was just offered a tank weapon. I was like, the Dark Knight one then, I guess. I don't even know what the argument was for getting the Dark Knight one. Cole says, is there a decent way to convert poetics into gil? I'm way overcapped. There used to be an excellently obvious way, because there used to be a demi-materia you could just buy in Idleshire, and they cost like 25 poetics and sold for like 500 gil or something like that. They're not that good anymore. I usually do as Xanadu says, just buy something to desynth. But if you want specifically raw cash, you can buy, I think it's called unidentifiable ore or something like that. And then you can trade those for grade 3 Thanalan topsoil, which usually has some value. I don't know if it's just become completely worthless. Wait, did we skip something? Did I completely miss that there were the two thing? What happened? Yeah, that would be the way I would recommend doing it. I can show you quickly after the dungeon what I mean. A minion dropped. Oh, we did skip it. I was wondering, like, what? I was sure I didn't see it. Right, so I think we can do the thing that I wanted to show on the blue pouch vendor. I'm not 100... Well, actually, can you? Or does it have to be the Ishgard ones? I wonder. I'll just check. I'm pretty sure it would have to be either the Ishgard ones or it has to be Idleshire. The unidentifiable ore is here. But I don't think you can trade it here. That has to be Idleshire, I'm pretty sure. Let me just go there and show you. It is a way to turn Poetics into money. A painfully Ishgardian man, by the way. Can you be that Ishgardian? You go to Uncanny Knickknacks here, and you can see Grade 3 Thanalan Topsoil. And then the question is how much that is actually worth on your server. And the reason why it has to be the Thanalan Topsoil specifically is because that is what people use to more effectively grow things like Thamnarian onions. So people use those a lot, specifically for that reason. Like that, there is a consistently present demand. So you're not just there's not going to be a lack of demand, but I don't know if the supply is overwhelming. But that is one way you could do it. I think I mentioned maybe one other way or something you could do it in my Poetics video. But another thing you could do is you could also like. Cool. If you know a way to make Grand Company seals into money, you can just buy like accessories from Yulmore or from Shadowbringers accessories for Poetics and just give those to your Grand Company for Grand Company seals and then use those to make money. Like that is also a way you could do it. Ham says, our party was not simply darkness and lasers, but also incredible physical violence. Countess Street's missive arrived while you were away. We're to meet her in the Western Highlands, away from prying eyes. She's gone to great lengths to conceal her husband's deeds, so it comes as no surprise that she prefers to settle this in secret. Katsui, I don't know what's waiting for us out there, but if aught should happen to me, pray keep Riel safe. Right then, I believe she wanted a word with you before we left.
We wouldn't have made it this far without you, Kaetsu. I want you to know that I'm truly grateful for the time we shared. You, Sudoku, and Frey taught me so much about the world, about what it means to fight for another, and what it means to fight for yourself. We're going to finish this together, the three of us.
Naught else to say, really. So twin pools, then. Let's not keep the countess waiting. Bruh. It's a long way. And that's true, Shiro. The demi-materia things are still there. It's just that they nerfed them, so they're only like worth 50 gil now or something like that. I can't remember if it was that they sold for 250 and cost 50 poetics, or they sold for 500 and cost 25 poetics, but I believe it's one of the two. But either way, they're not good anymore. Do countesses count while waiting? Probably. Maybe those are the ones that are supposed to be counting everything. I do suppose Tailfeather would have been shorter, yeah. BSR. Ah, indeed. A solo duty. Who would have thunked? Seems we're early. Well, it's not as though I have pressing business elsewhere. Enjoy a moment's respite with me, Caetsu. Well, let's hope we have the item level to do it.
You came. A wise decision. You have his eyes, his nose, his lips. Every time I look at you, I see more and more of him, and it sickens me.
Riel is not her father. You had no right to punish her for what he did.
Were you to stand in judgment of me? I have every right.
Says who?
I bore that monster into this world, and by the Fury I shall send it to the 7th hell. If you're so bloody fond of it, you can follow it there.
Or you can go there yourself. It's just us now, no one else. Remember phrase Conjurer. Protect us, and we'll protect you.
Right then.
Wait a minute, there was only 2 a moment ago. They're duplicate. What? Huh? What? Are they made of paper? Dynasty Warriors gameplay. Yeah, that sounds about right. What is happening? These monks over here using Touch of Death. Well, I have some bad news for you, East Street. If you're as well equipped for this as your guard, then you are in trouble. Well, I would, given how sweet this vengeance is for her being like that, I feel like it's only meat that she gets dumpstered like this. But it's a little bit surprising. Is it because I bought a good sword?
Damn you. Get out of my way. Why? Why? Why do you care so much of what happens to it?
You're not the first person to ask me that. Once you might have understood. That must be really heavy. For everything that you are, that you have done, you are still her mother. Go. We shall not meet again.
Oh, but we will. We will, knight. I promise you that.
Didn't you just say that if you lose, it's too late, it's over?
I will follow you to the ends of the world if I must. So long as it lives, I must. Don't you see, you fool? The Fury wills it! The Fury wills it!
Riel.
How great your love for her, far greater than any you ever bore me. For a long time I prayed for forgiveness. I prayed you would take me in your arms and hold me as you did before. But I know that that shall never come to pass. I will pray for your mother, that you might find peace in her halls.
Do it!
Oh, Heloni, receive of us this woman, your humble your humble servant. Raise her up to your bosom and grant her glory everlasting.
She realized in that moment that maybe she wasn't so safe after all. So what now?
We go back to Ishgard. Together.
As you wish. Yeah, you know, maybe I was being kind of uncalled for. Maybe she went a little bit too far. Yeah, exactly. She's like, oh wait, up. Right? Who's the leader? That moment when Smol Caetsu is like, I met your god. She's pretty cool actually. Yeah, it's just like, I'm like 99% confident she wouldn't will what you're saying that she would will on account of me having had tea with her recently. Who among the council shall bring Kai into the fold? The Council of Mounts? It all seems so simple in retrospect. Also, hey Anolana, hope you're doing well. And Raul pal. The moment I stopped trying to find the answer, there it was. All that anger, all that rage, born of a fervent desire to protect that which we hold most dear.
So you're still committed to your path then?
And you, if you will have me,
You'll need to talk to me more, and listen. I can't stand the silence, you know. There's no shame in sharing the weight, Sid. We can bear together, for ourselves and for others.
Right then. The two of us will manage on our own, Caetsu. There may be others who know of Riel's heritage, but if they come, we will be ready. Granted, we could simply leave Ishgard, but that would leave the people at the people at the mercy of the powers that be. I cannot do that now, and neither can Riel, I think. We all need a cause, Caetsu, so what will yours be? For whom will you stand? For whom do you fight? For my friends! And so you shall. To walk the path is to suffer. To sacrifice, justice demands no less. But we must never lose sight of why we chose to walk it. God help me, those Mughals were onto something, weren't they? Indeed, we are actually Love Knights and not Dark Knights. You can swing your sword, Gooter. I can swing it 3 times in quick succession now. That pose with that armor. Oh, we can dye it. We can actually dye it. I need more dye. I'll grab some dye, and also we need those the helmet to be glamored as glasses. So let me just this and 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 then this. Perfect. You all know what I'm going to... What? Hmm? Oh, thank you. Well, that works. There we go. I think the right place to take a picture for the next stream would be at Sidurgo, right? At Sid and Riel. Ajibuster says, I know what Kai is doing first thing next Smol Kai stream. What do you think I'm doing first next thing Smol Kai stream? What do you think is going to happen? Emptying that inventory. Yeah, probably. We can do that too. I was thinking more this way. I can see it's a little difficult because I'm guessing some of you, like, you can't actually see them both or something. Is that right? Yes, you can probably come a bit closer to Riel at least. They are there, okay. Right, if you want to do an emote on the picture, remember to do an emote. If you would like to also include an expression, you have to do that afterwards. If you are doing an emote on the G, if you want to be sure you're not doing one, sit down and stand up again. Then you reset. Yes, sometimes I wish I used standard. I mean, you could just switch to standard for 5 seconds. Oh, that's already pretty good. You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything. I think that's pretty good. I know that it kind of changes some things, that suddenly it's very bright in the dark lit tavern, but we need to be able to see what we're looking at, right? Ah! There you go. Yeah, to get the spectacles emote, you need to both do a significant amount of Hildebrand stuff, and then you have to do a rather long optional side quest chain. But a very interesting part about the spectacles emote is that it appears to be unique for every race and gender. Like, every single one has a different one. Like, some of them might be somewhat similar, but all of them are unique. And yeah, it's very different on Lalafell. It's also, like, just between the male and female Lalafell, it's also extremely different. Right. Then we go to the inn. And take a picture for the schedule. We've not been here recently. Ferocious. Actually, I think this is fine for that picture. There we go. Right. We actually managed to get it all done anyway. We didn't get that far over time. I actually did say earlier that I was not going to go to level 60 if it was going to take too long. But that was me thinking, well, if we're hours away, then it's not happening. But 40 minutes? Things are pretty good. With that said, if you enjoyed the wonderful people that you've seen in the chat, or me perhaps, remember there's the Discord Caemmunity server that you can join, where you will find most of these people. You will also find the schedule, where you can see what else is happening on a weekly basis, and they usually update Sunday or Monday, which means tomorrow, of course, so you can see what's coming in the following week. You can also find the announcement room, where whenever I post new video or new stream, whatever it is, it shows up there first. You can also go into the role assignments room, grab the reminder role, and if you do, you will get a notification whenever I do post a video, a stream, whatever it is. And you will also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you did enjoy this stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream in the YouTube system, because that tells YouTube that you really very much enjoyed this stream and you'd like other people to see it in the future. So thank you so much in advance. It helps me a lot. I think that's everything. I just want one last time before I just let it be as a link in the videos and such. I have went around, like, with the New Year's, you could say, I have opened a Ko-Fi page. So if you would like to support the channel, but you don't want to use YouTube, like members or super chats and stuff, if you want to support the channel directly through donations and stuff, you can also do it through the Ko-Fi page. It's entirely optional. Don't do it don't do it with money that you can't spare. It is, of course, supports me and the channel to so that I can potentially invest more time in this. But yeah, that is an alternative way. And if you would like a link to that, I posted that now. And I would just again thank all the members of the channel for your support, and everyone else also for the support and hanging out in the stream and everything. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. And then we just have to put Smol Caetsu to bed. And yes, she sleeps in full plate armor. That's how this works. Don't worry about it. With glasses on also. Good night. Good night.